Welcome to the first call general session of the 2020 Texas Democratic Convention. My name is Manny Garcia, and I'm the very proud Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party.
And I'm Cliff Walker, the Deputy Executive Director of the Texas Democratic Party. We're joining you live from the largest virtual convention in Democratic politics. We're in an unprecedented moment, a global health crisis, an economy nearing depression, a national confrontation of systemic racism, and a growing recognition that Black Lives Matter in personal reflections and in protests on the streets. And not all, but too many protests are being met with horrifying police brutality.
We are at a turning point, not only in Texas politics, but across our society. We face a reckoning, a moment to rise, organize, and lead towards a Texas and an America that's as good as its promise. We fight to change hearts and policies, and we know we can. We know we will do so by ensuring that the people making the decisions, from City Hall to Commissioners' Courts, from State House to the United States Congress, and crucially in the White House, respect the responsibility that they owe to those who put them in office. Now, we all know Republicans, from Greg Abbott to Donald Trump, John Cornyn, have utterly failed to lead. In fact, they have fueled the hate and division that our country is being torn about today. We honor the fear, the frustration, and the uncertainty that you feel. We feel it too. And we invite you all to join us in this movement and in this moment.
Because we are not powerless. Our biggest problems are political, so are the solutions. We find hope in the understanding that we have real power to effect real change. If we truly believe this, it's time to fix our gaze and steady our aim on November. We are in for the literal fight of our lives. The word political is often hurled as an insult. We disagree. Some believe our cracked system is so broken that there is no hope for it. We cannot allow ourselves to believe that. Our democracy belongs to us. Not equitably now, nor has it ever been so. But the door is cracked enough for us to kick it open. And there are millions of Texans to let in.
The work that we have in front of us is not easy. But on Election Day, we will elect those officials who have a duty to bring about change. Good people who will do good things if we all band together.
Every 2 years at our convention, we lay out our plans for a shared vision of the future. This feat has never been more important. So today and tomorrow, we're coming to you live to discuss the challenges we face and the future we're fighting for. We will hear from some of the incredible Democratic leaders who are uplifting their communities, challenging inhumane policy, and building a more just world for every single one of us.
We thank everyone who has joined our Texas Democratic Convention, leaders from across the state and our nation, and our sponsors whose partnership and commitment to our values has helped us host this one-of-a-kind convention.
Most of all, we thank the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats watching at home. The Democratic Party isn't an office, building, or a team of staff at headquarters. It's millions of people who are willing to fight for equality, for justice, and for the opportunity to live a good life and to provide an even better life for our children. You are the heart, the soul, and the muscle of this party. You are the reason that Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Thank you for your contributions to this party and to this movement, and thank you for everything you will do to win in November. So without further ado, we'd like you to join us as we welcome Emerald Soul, who will be singing the national anthem, followed by the Texas Democratic Party Secretary Lee Forbes, who will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
as we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave? Black Lives Matter. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Leviticus 19 teaches us, do not stand idly by while your neighbor bleeds. In this moment, we cannot stand idly by while our neighbors bleed, metaphorically as well as literally, from the results of economic inequality, lack of health care, particularly in this moment of COVID-19, food insecurity, and literally from gun violence. We cannot stand by idly while our neighbors are deprived of the right to vote in order to be masters of their own fate. We cannot afford in this time to stand idly by and say all is well when we know that is not the truth. Instead, let us use this time to call upon our faith in God, our faith traditions, and our faith in each other to envision a better America. Let us call upon our God to guide us to a place not of despair, but of hope for our future. And our better angels manifest themselves among us. We ask this in your name, O Heavenly One, that you should bless us with wisdom to chart the course in these difficult days ahead.
In Proverbs, that righteousness will exalt a nation. Sin is a reproach to any nation. We are in a season of challenge as it relates to leadership is concerned in America. The example we have in the White House, as well as in other areas of our society, we can see that the moral compass of our country it's kind of gotten off. So my position or my talk to you this morning would simply be things that I would pray for as it relates to getting results and getting meaningful change as it relates to America. Pray that the Lord will send us leaders who are qualified, leaders who have balance, leaders who understand that they have a responsibility to be examples, not only to our children, but to the adults as well who follows their lead. I pray that the Lord will send us leaders that will have a first mindset of meeting the needs of the people, be it poverty, be it education, be it socially, financially, or spiritually. There is a vast, vast desert as it relates to America for these particular things. I pray that the Lord will send us leaders who have a moral compass, understanding the difference between right and wrong. Whichever way you cut it, there's a right way and there is a wrong way. There is light and there is darkness. And so I pray that the Lord will send us, and I ask that you pray with me. Lord, send us leaders who have a compass, a moral compass bent toward doing what's right. And then last of all, I will pray that the Lord will send us leaders who will not only talk the talk, but walk the talk that they talk, that will put into action those things that they promise. If you say something, You promise it. I pray that you would take the necessary actions to follow up with it so that in the end, it will benefit our people. It will benefit America. And it will create an environment so we all can become all that God has created us to be in our individual communities and our individual homes as individuals. God bless.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be to you and Hook'em Horns as well. Glad to be with you, Texas Democrats. Begin with the name of God, the most gracious, the most merciful. In Arabic, we say, Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. We call upon the one God, the merciful God, the compassionate God, to make us of those who come together, as he says in the Holy Quran, come together for righteousness and goodness, but do not conspire for wickedness or malicious hatred towards one another. So let us come together as human beings, as fellow Americans, as people of all walks of life, all ethnicities, all colors and backgrounds, to come together for the cause of righteousness, for the cause of good, for the cause that will uplift and bring up those who are downtrodden, those who may be disenfranchised. Let us be advocates for them. Let us come to their defense. And in this way, we'll be fulfilling the divine commandments. We pray all of these in the most beautiful names of God. May the peace and blessings of God be with you. Wassalamu alaikum.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world. Up next, we'll be hearing from Texas Democratic Party Chair Gilberto Hinojosa. Stay tuned.
Bienvenidos, Texas Democrats. My name is Gilberto Hinojosa, and I'm the chair of the Texas Democratic Party. Throughout the last several weeks, and especially the last week, our nation has again turned its attention to the continued injustices facing Black Americans. Everywhere we turn, we see the ways in which the system emboldens white supremacy and disenfranchises Black and brown communities. The issues facing communities of color go far beyond police brutality. Republicans have used their positions of power to worsen existing inequalities, deprive economic opportunity to people of color, and restrict access to resources that allow Black and brown Americans the right to a better future. At every turn, Republicans have cut funding to our public schools, and they have spent years limiting access to affordable health care. Texas is the uninsured capital of the nation, and yet, as we face a global pandemic, Trump Republicans across the country remain fixated on abolishing the Affordable Care Act and stripping 20 million people, including millions of Texans, of critical health care. Republican policies are entirely rooted in tax cuts for the rich in order to satisfy their corporate donors at the expense of working families. Just this week, Donald Trump tear-gassed peaceful demonstrators as they demanded justice in front of the White House. As he hid from the reality of the chaos that he has created, he deployed the use of force against American citizens who were posing no threat to his life or to his safety. Since his election, Donald Trump's recklessness and hateful vision of reality has defined what the Republican Party is today. While Republicans enact laws and make it difficult for people to succeed, Democrats are fighting for economic opportunity, access to affordable health care, living wages, and paving the paths that lead to a successful future. The Texas Democratic Party's mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We understand that we must redistribute power to uplift those Americans who the Republican Party has left behind, because we will never arrive at a more prosperous future if we don't bring everyone with us. During times like these, we must remember that the most powerful tool that we have as Americans is our right to vote. In order to create a better future for our children and their children, we must come together and raise our voices in opposition to the Republicans that are determined to tear our country apart. We can enact monumental change across all levels of government by electing Democrats up and down the ballot. Our party is built on the understanding that everyone deserves a fair shot. Our party leaders are fighting harder every single day to change the course of history and create a more equitable society. We uplift one another. We bridge divides between communities. We fight for the safety and prosperity of every single Texan. We've built the systems and the infrastructure that have the power to shape the political future of our state and redefine the political trajectory of our entire nation. We've launched a voter expansion program in order to register millions of new Democrats and to ensure that our electorate accurately represents the diversity of our great state. We've hired a crack voter protection team to ensure that Republicans stop suppressing the voting power of Black and brown Texans. We've launched an organizing apparatus that has redefined what it means to organize in Texas. Volunteers are the heart and soul of our movement, and your efforts will help carry us to victory in November. We've nominated Democratic leaders who are committed to funding our public schools, expanding access to Medicaid, and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream. I know that the Democrats that you will be hearing from today and tomorrow are driven by their devotion to create opportunities and to provide a path to success for Texans everywhere. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And thanks to all Texas Democrats who have joined our movement, we've got a plan to defeat him. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country, and what we accomplish this year will single-handedly determine the outcome of the presidential election. It is easy to lose hope in these moments of crisis, but even in the most difficult times, great leaders like Ann Richards and Barbara Jordan never lost hope in the power of our democratic right to vote. That is what gives me hope when I know that the people of Texas and Americans across the nation will carry this fight to the ballot boxes of our great state and our nation in their fight for justice. Texas will turn blue in 2020, not just because of the demographic changes that are sweeping throughout our great state. Texas will turn blue in 2020 because Texas Democrats are developing and expanding the programs that have closed the statewide gap between Democrats and Republicans. Texas will turn blue this year because of you. Every volunteer, every candidate, every Texas Democrat is working right here, right now, to ensure that November marks a new era in Texas politics. Vice President Biden will take our party over the finish line. His commitment to working families over the last 4 decades makes him the leader that America needs now. We're thrilled to be able to come together to show our support for him at this Texas Democratic Convention. Our victory in November will change the course of history, and it'll be because of every one of us stood tall in the face of oppression, never wavering in our commitment to the democratic values and fighting like hell for an America that we all believe in. Together, Democrats, we will turn Texas blue. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy. And when we save our country, we save the world.
Welcome back. As you just heard from our chair, the Texas Democratic Party is fighting for a future that is equitable and just. We're picking up the pieces of the uncertainty of right now, and we're developing plans and programs that'll allow us to fight for a fair shot for all Texans.
We are motivated by our commitment to improve neighborhood schools, uplift working families, and expand our children's futures. And we know that it's our duty to elect Democratic leaders who are capable of getting it done. But it's going to take everything we got: our time, our talent, and our treasure. You can join us by texting Texas to 21333. That's Texas to 21333. Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and people across the country are shifting their focus to the biggest battleground state. Cliff, you've seen the outpouring of support in this past week. Tell us what we've seen. Tell us the energy that's going on today from regular folks out there.
Manny, it has truly been remarkable and honestly a little surreal. We've been getting reinforcements from thousands of Texans and thousands of honorary Texas Democrats all across the country from every single state. And I want to thank each and every one of you. Those contributions are going to go a long way towards flipping the state of Texas in November. And it's also exciting to see some pretty big names like Piper Perabo, Ben McKenzie, Julia Louis-Dreyfus, and of course the venerable George Takei Sulu himself, all amplifying the idea that Texas is the biggest battleground state, along with some countless talented musicians, artists, and household names. In all of this Texas love has helped us break some fundraising records. On Monday, we raised more online from grassroots contributions than any other day in our history. And then on Wednesday, we raised more in online grassroots contributions than any other month in Texas history. I don't know if you saw it, but did you see that Mark Hamill tweeted about Luke Skywalker himself?
I nerded out all over it. You know, you got the Star Trek Federation and you got the Force, and they're both together. It means we're doing a pretty darn good thing. Well, folks, stay with us. We got so much more to come. An exciting night for you tonight.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Hi, this is Dallas County Judge Clay Jenkins. We can win big this year, but we need you to help turn Texas blue. So join our movement and give what you can. Your voice, your time, and your support. Text VOTES votes to 21333 to get started and enjoy your convention.
We want to thank all the leaders who have agreed to participate in our Texas Democratic Convention. Today, we're joined by Democrats in every corner of the state and across our country, and our sponsors, whose partnership and commitment to this work is the reason why we're able to host this convention. On that note, I want to thank everyone who made this event possible. Annie's List, thank you for empowering women to run for office across the state of Texas. Thank you to our many sponsors, Bumper Active, Comcast, Vistra Energy, Lowy Law Firm, United Association, Mobilize, PepsiCo, for your generous contributions to our party for our shared vision for the future. We also thank Alloy, Anheuser-Busch, Atmos Energy, Charter Communications, Cleat, Hustle, Encore Energy, Rising Tide, Target Smart, the Texas AFL-CIO, the Texas American Federation of Teachers, the Texas Democratic Women, the Texas Medical Association, Texas State Teachers Association, Texas Trial Lawyers Association, the UFCW Local 1000, DS Political, NGP Van, Texas Craft Brewers Guild Craft Pack.
We'd also like to thank our elected officials. There are many. Congress members Joaquin Castro, Henry Cuellar, Lloyd Doggett, Al Green, Sheila Jackson Lee, Mark Vesey, Filemon Vela, State Senators Nathan Johnson, Jose Rodriguez, and State Representatives Alma Allen, Diego Bernal, Rhoda Bowers, John Busey, Alex Dominguez, Barbara Gervin Hawkins, Vicky Goodwin, Jessica Gonzalez, Ryan Guillen, Gina Hinojosa, Donna Howard, Celia Israel, Julie Johnson, Eddie Lucio III, Terry Mesa, Victoria Neave, Eddie Rodriguez, Ramon Romero Jr., John Rosenthal, James Tallarico, Sean Thierry, Chris Turner, Aaron Zwiener, and finally, Judge Jan Seufer. However, most of all, I'd like to thank the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats watching at home. You propel our party forward. Again, you are the reason Texas is the biggest battleground state. Thank you for your invaluable contributions to our party and to this movement.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Kamala Harris. Stay tuned.
I'm Harris County Judge Lina Hidalgo. I represent the third largest county in America, home to 34 cities, including Houston, and unincorporated areas, and the place where my immigrant family lived the American dream. As I speak, we have freedom fighters in the streets, protesting the murders of Black and brown people. Racial tensions and distrust are at a level not seen in decades, And in the meantime, we're fighting the worst pandemic since the Spanish flu. We also have a president who's taking us to the brink. I've seen this kind of thing before. I started my career fighting for free expression in Southeast Asia, working with journalists who were in and out of jail for speaking truth to power. I never thought I'd see that kind of thing here. These are tough times, but we are tough too. In 2016, we saw 8 years of work seemingly down the drain. We saw our unity attacked, our diversity attacked. We were divided and conquered. But we fought back then. After nursing their frustration and their sadness, people marched and voted and ran for office for the first time. That frustration did that for me too. I never thought I would run for office, but I dropped out of graduate school and decided to run for county judge in my hometown. When I said I was running for county judge, people looked at me puzzled, wondering why I was talking about criminal justice reform and about early childhood education and about fairness and other issues. They said that the role of county judge was just about roads and bridges. But the truth is, the county judge and the commissioners control the budget. And the budget is about priorities. It's about values. In Harris County, a $5 billion budget is more than bridge money. It can build bridges to opportunity for the people in this community. And so we ran, and as soon as we got in, we've not wasted a single second bringing in meaningful reforms for the people of this county. It started with a massive community engagement effort, the likes of which we hadn't seen in this community. We moved on to sweeping criminal justice reform, ending a modern-day debtor's jail that kept people locked up just because they were poor. And in a county that seems to flood every year, we fought to implement the most aggressive flood control policies we could under the law. We've told developers that the era of rampant development is over. No longer will people buy a home in Harris County, putting their life savings into it simply to watch it flood away. We've done that and more because people voted. Because in 2018, we did what many people thought was impossible. Voters elected Commissioner Adrian Garcia and I to Commissioner's Court, and we got a Democratic majority that we hadn't seen in a generation. Along with Commissioner Rodney Ellis, we fought and we continue to fight for Harris County to be an example of what government can do, instead of an example of what not to do or of how to make excuses. We've had our share of disasters too. We've been in office a year and a half, and in that time, we've seen 3 massive chemical fires, 2 major floods, and now this pandemic. When COVID-19 came to town, we stared it right in the eye and didn't blink. We implemented policies early and aggressively, and so far, we've been able to control the virus in our community. Every step of the way, we've faced criticisms from politicians and from agitators in the far right. But I'm not willing to sacrifice a single life on the altar of political convenience. Politics and polls don't drive our decision-making. People do. We are facing a pandemic, a national movement for Black lives, and the most important election of our lifetimes. This is when we, as Democrats, have to rise. We have to acknowledge people's pain. We have to make sure we keep people safe in the face of this disaster. And then we have to get to the heart of people's pain. We have to create meaningful change that makes a difference on the issues folks are hurting from. These are windows of opportunity. And this is a time where we need to open that window wide and get to the heart of the problem. The alternative is to offer lip service and be left scratching our heads and wondering why change didn't happen this time. I'm so proud to be working on this with my colleagues on Commissioner's Court, with colleagues from around the state, with activists, organizers, voters. Inside their homes, on the streets, all together fighting for change. And if we as Democrats can't deliver that in the heart of Texas, nobody can. It all starts with a win at the ballot box this November. So let's get to work.
Welcome back. We're so excited to be with you at the Texas Democratic Convention.
First of all, thank you so much to County Judge Lina Hidalgo for speaking with us about the incredible work you've done in Harris County.
Your story encapsulates everything the Democratic Party represents: to drive to build bridges between communities, the desire to create opportunity for people, regardless of where they may come from.
We're just getting started, folks, so don't go anywhere quite yet. In just a minute, we'll be hearing from United States Representatives Colin Allred and Lizzie Fletcher, two of our rock star new congressional people.
They are fighting for everyday Texans in the United States Congress. They're working within a federal government that's suffering from an absence of leadership in the White House. But under the guidance of our Speaker, Nancy Pelosi, all our Texas Democrats in Congress are challenging Republican divisiveness and fighting for their districts.
Although we're living through a period of immense uncertainty, the Democrats joining us tonight from Texas and across the country, they're up to the challenge that's before them.
So thank you to everyone who's tuning in to our first ever virtual Texas Democratic Convention. Tune in to our spectacular lineup of Democratic leaders coming up throughout the evening.
Hey, Texas Dems, it's Judge Tony Wallace in Fort Bend County. We are going to win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can. Your time, your voice, but most importantly, your support. Text VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333 to get started. Now let's go enjoy our convention.
Hello, this is Congressman Henry Cuellar. Texas will be the biggest battleground state this November. With the help of Chairman Hinojosa, the Texas Democrats, all of you, we will flip it blue. Let's roll up our sleeves and get to work. Thank you and have a great convention.
Hi, my name is Barbara Gervin Hawkins, State Representative for District 120 in the beautiful city of San Antonio. We can win big this year. We need your help in turning Texas blue by giving of your time, your effort, and your voice. You can start by texting VOTES at 21333. Have a great convention.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Hey, it's Fort Bend County Judge KP George here. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need you to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, your support. Text VOTES to 21333 to get started. Enjoy the convention.
Up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Colin Allred. Stay tuned.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Texas Democrats Virtual Convention. I'm Congressman Colin Allred. In 2018, I was elected to represent the 32nd District of Texas. And even though we can't gather in person this year, I just want to thank y'all so much for everything you did to help me get elected in 2018 and so many new faces across the state of Texas, and everything I know you're doing to make sure that we get even more folks and have an even more successful election in 2020. You know, it's been the honor of my life to represent this district where I was born and raised. I was raised here by a single mother who's a public school teacher. My mom taught in Texas public schools for 27 years. And you know, we don't pay our teachers enough. So when I was growing up, it wasn't always easy. But I was fortunate because I had the help of the teachers at the public schools that I attended, like Hillcrest High School in Dallas, of the coaches who went far above the call of duty and treated me like a son, of the YMCA counselors at the Town North YMCA, where I spent all of my free time, who helped me become the man that I am today. They're the reason I was able to chase my version of the American dream. And that American dream led me to Baylor, where I played football on a scholarship, to the NFL, where I was a linebacker for 5 years, to law school, where I became a civil rights attorney, the Obama administration, and now to the halls of Congress. That's been my American dream. But for far too many of our fellow Texans, their American dream is still out of reach. We have so much work to do. 2018 was the most important election of our lifetime, and Texans across this state showed up in numbers we'd never seen in a midterm election. But now, 2020 is one of the most important elections in American history, period. The choice before us is so stark, whether we're going to turn back towards the light and recognize our shared values and our shared ideals, or whether we're going to continue to be pitted against each other by leaders who seek to use our divisions, who seek to use some of the underlying ugliest parts of our politics for their own personal aggrandizement and power. I know what I want to see us do, and I know what you want to see us do, and I know there's nothing wrong with the United States of America that can't be solved by what's right with Texas. But we are now also in an unprecedented moment in which we're facing a public health crisis, the likes of which we haven't seen in over a century in our country. Tragically, over 100,000 of our fellow Americans have lost their lives to COVID-19. On the economic side, we have now levels of unemployment we haven't seen in this country since the Great Depression. And of course, we're also facing the everlasting struggle for our country of dealing with racial divisions, inequality, police brutality, and structural racism that have led so many folks to take to the streets and exercise their First Amendment rights to redress their government for their grievances. And in this time of crisis, we need leaders who will appeal to our better angels, who will try to bring us together, who recognize that our diversity is our strength, and that we are so much stronger when we recognize the things that we share and have in common. That's what I know Joe Biden believes in. That's what I know whoever our Senate candidate is going to be believes in. That's certainly what I believe in, and I know it's what you believe in. And that's what I think is also going to lead us to victory here in 2020. Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. If you don't believe it, just look at the numbers. Look at the incredible, incredible improvements we've been making in this state. And as we continue to get more Texans out to vote, so we have an electorate that is reflective of our beautiful diversity that we have in this state, as we continue to work hard to make those who feel like politics and government don't matter to them, as we get them out to vote, as we get our young people involved, as we expand our democracy as it was intended to be for all Americans, I know that we're going to have an incredibly, incredibly successful election here in 2020. We're going to shock the world in Texas, and we're going to do it because of folks like you. It doesn't happen on its own. It's not accidental. It's something that takes hard work, and something that I know that we can do together. In Texas, we've always had a tradition of progressive, strong-minded leaders who left not only their mark on our state, but on the entire country. Leaders like Sam Rayburn, who pushed through many of the New Deal programs that helped get us out of the Great Depression, like President Lyndon Baines Johnson, who, of course, with his Great Society, created many of the programs that we still look to today to help folks live with dignity. People like Barbara Jordan, who from the first moment she stepped in Congress, became part of the conscience of our nation. That's who we are in Texas. Those are the kind of leaders that we produce. But they didn't get elected accidentally, and the folks that we have on the ballot this November won't either. So thank you. Thank you for being involved. Thank you for being engaged. Thank you for everything you're doing to fight not only for a Democratic victory, but for an American victory this fall. I want to close with a story of a young woman who inspires me every single day. Her name was Natalie. I used to have events when I was running for Congress called Coffees with Colin. Natalie came to my very first Coffee with Colin. She told me that she'd come that day from her chemotherapy treatment. It was also the day that the House of Representatives had voted to repeal the Affordable Care Act. You might have seen the photo op that they all had at the White House with President Trump celebrating that they were going to take health care away from nearly 30 million Americans. And when I spoke to Natalie that day, she told me her story, told me that she had stage 4 cancer and 2 young children, and that she was fighting her cancer for as long as she could so that her children would know her. And that she was there that day, not for herself, but that she was worried about future moms who might not get the health care they need so they could either beat cancer or have as much time with their kids as they wanted. And as I spoke with Natalie, I understood the incredible power that she possessed just with her story. Unfortunately, we lost Natalie not that long ago, but she spent her final months posting on social media, going to events, encouraging her neighbors and her friends to get involved because healthcare was on the ballot in 2018. She spent her final months when she was in pain, when she was making her final arrangements. She spent those final precious days trying to fight for others. You know, every time I feel tired, or every time I feel like this fight might not be worth it, I think about Natalie. I think about the strength that she showed just in showing up that day to that Coffee with Colin, just in telling me her story, just in posting online, sharing what she was dealing with, sharing the pain that she was in, and how important healthcare is, and how it should be a right, and how everyone should have access to it. Natalie was a great Texan, she was a great American, and she's still with me today. And she's why I know that we're going to keep fighting so hard, not for a Democratic victory, but for an American victory. So thank you all so much for everything you're doing. We got such an important election ahead of us, and I know that we're going to be in it together. And I can't tell you how much it means to know that you have my back, and I promise you, I've got yours. So thanks again, Texas.
Hi, this is State Representative Eddie Rodriguez. With your help, we can turn Texas blue and flip the Texas House of Representatives. Sign up and join our movement. Give whatever you can. Text VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333. Have a great convention. Thanks.
Up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Lizzie Fletcher. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Kamala Harris. Stay tuned.
Showing people across the country how to win. And we're going to show them again this year. Because this year, we have to win. The stakes are too high for us to do anything else. The events unfolding in recent days and months and years remind us of how much we need strong, unified leadership in this country at all levels of government. We need leaders who listen to us, who believe in us, who care about us, and who work for us, the people. And in November, we have the chance to elect them. Now, winning all these races will take work, but I know we can do it. Just look at what we've already done. Over the last few election cycles, we've seen strategic planning and tireless organizing on the ground here in Texas, and we've seen the result, winning. In 2018, we saw years of hard work result in flipping offices across the state, in Harris County, the state legislature, and in 2 congressional districts, including mine. Together, we turned Texas 7 blue after more than 50 years of Republican control. I'm so honored and proud to represent Texas's 7th congressional district, and so proud of the work that all of us did to make it happen. Winning elections takes a coalition of organizers, volunteers, policy experts, strategists, fundraisers, and messengers to share the vision and connect with voters. And so many of you watching right now were a part of that coalition in 2018 and of so many others across the state in races up and down the ballot. And we have to do it again. There is so much on the ballot this November. Our health care is on the ballot. Our schools are on the ballot. Our safety is on the ballot. Our economy is on the ballot. Our jobs are on the ballot. Our communities are on the ballot. Justice is on the ballot. The very future of this great state and this great country is on the ballot. Together, we will make sure that there is no question where Texas stands. As Texans, we believe in this state, we believe in this country, and we believe in the people and the promise of America. And as Democrats, we believe that all people should be able to realize that promise. As Texas Democrats, we are working together every single day to make sure that it is so. We will continue to work every day, not just to win in November, but to win a future for all Americans that reflects our beliefs, our hopes, and our highest ideals. I know we can, because together, we can do anything.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Hi, I'm Joe Moody, State Representative from El Paso. This year has brought us unprecedented challenges, but has also given us an unprecedented opportunity. We can change the face of Texas, and that starts with you joining our movement. You can step up today by texting VOTES, VOTES, to 21333. I look forward to working with you in the months ahead. Enjoy the convention.
Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Kamala Harris. Stay tuned. Up next, we'll be hearing from Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair Dr. Carla Braley. Stay tuned.
Thank you, Texas Democrats, for electing me to serve as your vice chair. Thank you, Chairman Hinojosa and TDP's officers and staff for leading our party into 2020 to make it the biggest battleground state that will push our nation towards blue. On behalf of the great state of Texas, a state where everything is big and grand, a state that birthed some of our nation's greatest heroes and sheroes, like our late President Lyndon B. Johnson, Governor Ann Richards, Barbara Jordan, Mickey Leland, Sam Rayburn. I'm with deepest gratitude for the honor to speak at our Texas Democratic Convention. I am a single mother to my daughter, sixth grade daughter, Marley J. I'm a lifelong educator and professor at the historical Black University, Texas Southern University, and a 3-time graduate of Howard University. I am a first-generation college student and graduate of Texas State University. Yes, the late Lyndon B. Johnson's university. I am a Black woman who is finding her way in the field of politics often reserved for men. I am the daughter of parents who had the courage to migrate from a small rural town, Abbeville, Louisiana, to Houston, Texas, in search of a new, better opportunity, often provided in big cities. I am the granddaughter of Juanita, my Aunt Nene, Juanita Sonye, who was the backbone of my paternal family's legacy. She worked hard, just like our faith informed her to do, to experience the American dream. She had enough faith to dream so big that she, like so many washerwomen of her day, dared to become an entrepreneur as a lifeline caterer. She built her wealth as a hard-working, persevering, entrepreneur Black woman chef who invested in her community and bought acres of land to ensure her family could experience the American dream too. She even served as a birthing nurse with no high school diploma. While she did not receive more than a middle school education, she had a doctorate in surviving and thriving in American society, not quite ready for African Americans or women to prosper. She embodied great wisdom and aimed to act justly, love mercifully, and walk humbly in serving her community. Her values, like many of ours, were grounded in what we Democrats believe in most, and that is representing the people, workers of America, mothers of America, women of America, all people, regardless of our race, gender, sexuality, or even our party affiliation. So many women in my family, in my network, in my path, dare to dream big. They have encouraged me to lead with tenacity, to stand for justice, to speak for truth, to speak up for the downtrodden, and to speak against societal ills like inequalities and inequities, just as we recently have experienced in our latest administration, and most recently in the death of George Floyd. So I made up my mind a long time ago. I would never be in a position that I could not advocate for liberty, justice, and equality. So I'm here now, leading as the vice chair of the Texas Democratic Party in the midst of one of the most troubling times of our lifetime. And it's no secret, our party has not always been on the right side of history. But over the last 50 years or so, Democrats has elected to be the party of the people, the party of change. And just as our late great President John F. Kennedy had to find a way to bring Southern Democrats into the Democratic coalition by selecting Lyndon B. Johnson as his running mate in 1960, who would later become our president as well of the United States of America. He was a Texas Democrat, a former educator, a people's leader who understood poverty, who was a protege of Sam Rayburn, and a champion of providing economic opportunity for all, who would later be the tutelage of bringing in the late, great Honorable Barbara Jordan, who informed us over 40 years ago at the Democratic National Convention in 1976 that we are a people trying to solve the problems of the present with an attempt on a larger scale to fulfill the promise of America. She told us even then that we, the people, would turn to the Democratic Party to serve as an instrument to find ways to shape their lives at the time for their future, our future. We are the People's Party. There should never be another health crisis as we experience in COVID-19 that negatively disproportionately affected the lives of African Americans. So as Texans, we have to identify societal ills that plague our communities. We have to be the party to be concerned with social justice. We are obligated to ensure people can breathe with whatever type of interaction they have with the police. We cannot afford to have another George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, Sandra Bland, James Byrd, or a Mike Romas. Yes, we must continue to protest against all social inequalities. We are the People Party. We must push for quality education because we know that's a determinant of increasing our quality of life, and it provides a fair shot for all people. We are the People's Party. We are the party of change, and the time for change is now, and we can't wait. Why can't we wait? We cannot afford to hear another African American or another human being call out for his mother that he can't breathe because a knee is used as a weapon of destruction, as a murder weapon. As a Democratic Party, we must kneel for a better nation, for a better state, for a better state, for a better city. The time for change is now, and we will come and do that through protesting laws that are not on the side of the people. We are the People's Party. We can never be on the side of racism, sexism, or homophobia. And let's remember, Democrats, while we protest inequality, we must vote for liberty, justice, and equality. We can't wait because our vote will determine not only who's the next president of the United States of America, but it will determine our next Supreme Court justice. Our justice are in our hands, in the hands of the people. We are the People's Party. Texas Democrats, we must vote like our lives depend on it. We must vote to demand our nation, our state, our cities live to its great promise of democracy for all. Democrats, let's go vote and turn our states blue and our nation blue.
Martinez from District 39. We can win big in Texas this year, but we need your help to turn Texas blue. Sign up and join our movement and give what you can, your time, your voice, and your support. Text VOTES, V-O-T-E-S, to 21333 to get started. Enjoy your convention.
Welcome back. We've heard from Colin Allred and Lizzie Fletcher. They discussed the efforts they're spearheading in Congress and how they're challenging the inhumane policies set forth by the Republican Party. And we've heard from our Texas Democratic Party Vice Chair, Dr. Carla Braley, about the shoulders that we stand on, who we are, the People's Party, what we all face, and how we will all rise together. Cliff, what do we got coming up next?
Well, we have more Texas Democratic champions taking the stage. We are about to hear from the women who are going to flip the Texas House. This is a panel discussion that's led by our Texas House Democratic Campaign Committee Chair, State Representative Celia Israel. She'll be joined by Dallas area State Representative Retta Bowers, who just flipped a seat from red to blue in 2018. And we'll also be joined by two stellar candidates in two of our most competitive State House districts. From Houston, Ann Johnson is a former chief human trafficking prosecutor, a cancer survivor, and a teacher. And from Fort Worth, Elizabeth Beck, who's a single mom, a lawyer, and an Iraq War veteran. And oh, by the way, be sure to text VOTES to 21333 if you haven't already. Enjoy the conversation.
Up next, we'll be hearing from the women who are flipping the Texas House. Stay tuned.
Hello, Texas Democrats. My name is Celia Israel, just a humble servant beaming from Austin, Texas, a state representative, and I chair the House Democratic Campaign Committee. I'm eager for you to meet these amazing women who are with me on the stage today. We have a tremendous opportunity to change the face of Texas, to recalibrate power, and put mainstream Texas values front and center. We're anxious for this November to flex our political muscle. But I would like to, let's start on the end there. Elizabeth Beck, you're looking to flip a seat in Tarrant County. And I wanted to start with, I'd like everybody to know a little bit about you, what drives you. It's hard work, what you're doing, what each of you is doing, and getting out the vote, telling your story. I'd like for people to know a little bit more about your background and what it is that fuels you to do what you're doing right now.
Thank you. You know, I grew up in the district. I went to elementary, middle, and high school there. And then I spent 8.5 years in the Army Reserves, a year that deployed in Iraq. And the one thing that I took from the Army is that leaders lead from the front, right? And that takes a lot of courage to get out there and really face the toughest issues that are facing the state. And so I looked around and I saw that we were #1 in the uninsured rate. Our schools were struggling to fund, and that wasn't okay for me. And so I wanted to be the leader that I know can get out in front and take charge in Austin. That's really important to me because I don't think that we have leaders that have the courage to lead boldly or have the empathy and compassion we need to address the struggles that our state is facing right now with our pandemic and then the unrest that we see because of the injustice in our communities.
Yep. Well, Representative Bowers, a similar question for you. You're a super freshman, fabulous freshman, and you want to be a super sophomore.
Absolutely.
We're all on the ballot in November. And, you know, this has been a painful week for a lot of people for a variety of reasons. And I thought I would have you speak to something that I've seen from you, which is the beautifulness of your family. Your kids are going to HBCUs and are changing the world by being them. So congratulations on getting them there. But I thought you would maybe talk about your family space and your vision for your children's future. Why do you do what you do, and put it in context for us?
Well, thank you, Chair Israel, and thank you. It's an honor to serve alongside you in the Texas House, and I'm grateful for the sisterhood that we share and to be able to share in this space about in light of the heavy things that have happened in this week. And my children are really who fuel me. It was, like Elizabeth said, education and their education that got me out there. But when we look at the racial issues that we face in this country and looking at, unfortunately, what happened with police brutality and George Floyd in the last week, I shared with you that my kids and I were out there at the Dallas ambush. And so it's a delight to see them do the great things, but I know that there are so many other kids that deserve that same American dream. They deserve to have the best of the best, whether it's education, health care, jobs for their families, and without discrimination of any kind. And I think my hope for the children is that although we haven't been out on the front lines of it this protests, this marching season, but that each of the youth of today find their place, whether it's via social media. We've moved into a virtual and digital space, and we have to use those tools as well. So I have watched my children be champions, whether it was Blackout Tuesday or whatever they have to do to use their voice. I think that the youth of today are moving, the impactful and effective protesting they're doing is getting it ready for us, Chair Israel, to move into the legislative session and to make some strong policy happen.
Yeah. Well, we're going to need their energy to keep this momentum alive and not let the energy die down in us.
Absolutely.
Let's just hope that everybody just calms down and then we forget about it.
That's right.
When we gavel in January, the House has an opportunity to make a statement of priorities. And as a lawyer in Houston, your district is very diverse, has changed over the years. You've been a champion for those who don't have a voice. Talk a little bit about that, because I have a feeling that's what drives you to run the race that you've been running.
Thank you, and I'm so honored to be with this group today, and I'm so proud to be the Democratic nominee for House District 134 in 2020. And you're right, my passion started more than a decade ago in representing a 13-year-old little girl charged with prostitution. And we took that case all the way to the Texas Supreme Court, and when winning that case for that child, not only established a framework for protecting kids in Texas, but it was a case of first impression, which meant we've established a framework for children in the nation to protect them as victims of human trafficking. And I have since done training for individuals nationwide, and people, when they hear about that case of BW, they say, Texas? Really? This came out of Texas? And I say, absolutely, it came out of Texas. We're recognized for our inequalities. As Elizabeth said, we're the highest rate of uninsured children in the nation. We see what's happened with the protests this week about our inequalities, but we also see, like we wear orange today, that while our Republican incumbent has bragged of her A rating with the NRA, Texas has been turned into an epicenter for gun violence. We've had 4 of the top 10 mass shootings in the country in the last 2 years in Texas, and it's not just those mass events. It's the unnamed individuals that go on a daily basis being slaughtered in our schools, our streets, and our churches. And we can do better standing together. So I am grateful to be on this platform with you all and knowing what we can do when we take the Texas House.
You know, we never know what the issues are going to be. As a child of El Paso, it of course resonated quite personally, and I hope that we have the numbers in the House to stand up for what is a popular across partisan lines. Common sense gun reform has always eluded us, and we don't do justice for those who have been either in a mass shooting or a victim of suicide, victim of domestic violence with a gun. So I know that you're going to be there for all of us. Elizabeth, what are some of the issues that you're hoping? Are there issues that drive you now that you think are going to resonate more? Every I think area of the state has its own kind of nuance, but what's resonating out there in your district, and what do you hope to? How do you see that playing out in January?
We've all talked about healthcare. I think every one of us have brought it up. So obviously expanding access to quality, affordable healthcare is very important, as well as, ensuring a quality public education. One thing that I hear a lot about, and we've seen the impacts of as we've implemented shelters in place and the state has addressed the pandemic, is local control and a city and a county's ability to make decisions that are best for them. And I think that's something that we're really going to have to address in addition to our healthcare and our education in the upcoming session, so that we make sure our cities, our counties, our school districts have the ability to do what's best for them. And act quickly and adjust to, surprises that come up along the way.
It's hurtful that it's taking a pandemic to shine an even brighter light on the lack of access to health care. And there are none of our Republican colleagues, Rep. Bowers, saw fit to support the expansion of Medicaid. Even those who served in rural areas, as you see rural hospitals closing down left and right. So another example of an issue that's been turned into a partisan divide.
Absolutely.
And we need that balance in the House to bring some common sense solutions to the floor. Rep. Bowers, speaking of the floor, you've been, what are your hopes for the next session? Of course, you've got a tough district. You've got to win re-election. I know you don't take it for granted. But what do you hope to build upon in the next legislative session?
Well, I would be remiss if I didn't mention the health disparities that we have seen during this pandemic in the African American community, and I know that is something we're going to have to look at. And our office did write a letter to the governor asking to make sure we had all the data that we need to make sure the resources are going back to our communities. But as you said, we've been working hard, Chair Israel, just to make sure that I do get back. And that we have these ladies to flip the house with us, because it is imperative that we flip the house, we gain more strength, and that we can get back, especially when we're looking at, again, the police brutality. I had a House Bill 2405 that really asked for more training for peace officers, especially when it comes to the homeless population. Even prior to getting to the floor with you all, I was pushing for community policing, pushing for and advocating for it in the best way that I could to talk to officers about de-escalation. And we will be starting some listening series with law enforcement. And I think the pandemic has shaped our session already. Early on, we could see that we are going to have to deal with the recoveries of cities. We're going to have to deal with the health disparities. And it's going to take everything in all of us to get a member like myself back because of a conservative district that we flipped. And we worked hard to flip 113. So we're going to do everything we can. Even in this virtual space, we have already been, just like most of us, dialing virtually, virtual phone banks. We still have to touch those constituents and voters in any way we can and let them know that we're here and we're working. The best blessing in getting to the House with you last year is I can serve now. So I can really serve and not just campaign.
You know, Texans came out in record numbers in 2018. It was, I always say when people vote, it makes me happy. Especially when Texans vote, because we have been dismal in our turnout. And why don't we take the rest of our time and just talk about the nuts and bolts of your campaigns. Make sure you mention your website so that people can plug into you. I had a supporter mention recently, like in this week of strife, what can people do? And I want to be careful because everybody's in a different emotional space, but it's not just as simple as voting and then you're done. It's never been as simple as voting and then you're done. But I hope that people will find somebody you believe in and say, put me to work. What do you need? And in the virtual space, there's stuff for them to do. So why don't you talk about your campaigns and where your human needs are right now and your own path to victory. Anna, let's go with you, and then we'll go back.
Right, wonderful. Well, I'm Ann Johnson, and I'm running in House District 134 in Houston, Texas. And we would love to have your participation in this campaign, because this is a district we should absolutely flip. Beto won this district 60%. Hillary Clinton won it 55%. It is one where we should demand to have a strong Democratic representative. And our promise and commitment is, one, to save lives through, just as everybody else on this panel has said, expand Medicaid, enact common sense gun reform, rebuild our economy around energy transition and renewables with the great benefit that we have from solar and wind. And then the third issue that I know we have to take the House on and fight like dogs to protect public education. Because the last time Republicans had the majority in a down cycle of the budget, they cut $5.3 billion and 10,000 teacher jobs. You cannot solve your enacted budget crisis on the backs and future of children. And all of that comes down to taking these 9 seats so that we have a voice in redistricting. It's just as you said, a conservative district. We need fair districts. And when we have fair districts, we win. And this is the election cycle for the decade to do it. So we would love to have you participate in our campaign in Houston so that we can lift everybody.
All right. Thank you. Rep. Bowers, what's cooking with your campaign, and how can people pipe in, and how can people have an impact? You know, we we can't even hug, much less knock on a stranger's door and hand out literature for a friend.
Well,
so where do people go to have an impact when it comes to meshing with your campaign?
Well, I'll tell you, Chair Israel, there's a lot cooking in 113. There's a lot cooking in, and we are fired up. I tell you, we're doing those phone banks, as I mentioned to you, the virtual phone banks. I'm really enjoying that. I'm learning to connect in a virtual space, believe it or not. You know how extroverted I am. You know I love a good hug. Yeah. And we're doing everything we can to make sure we're still dialing. We have known for some time that knocking is the most effective and impactful way to reach a voter. But now we have to be safe and be smart as we're doing it. I think we're going to have to make sure there's a way we can get those people registered voters. Get those registered voters, get them safely to the polls to vote. We need young people to join in at rettabowers.com. You can get involved there. You can donate if you can't give of your time. Every dollar, every dial is ever so valuable. And we just, you know, I watch my district employees serve the community. They still are making sure that constituents are getting through to TWC, to the Texas Workforce Commission, to make sure that people can sustain themselves. And Ann, you mentioned education. I mean, we have to make sure we can sustain HB3. We had so many gains there, but we've got to make it sustainable. We need you all to give us that help for the heavy lift that we have ahead of us. And I'm ready to go back. I think it's going to even look different when we get back to Austin in whatever way we can. But I need the constituency to know that I took them there last time on my back, and they better believe they're going back with me. You know, there's sometimes I can't vote with you guys, but it's because we have to serve our constituents the best we can. So, you know, I'm delighted to think that we'll go back in the majority. That's all I'm going to say. I'm going to leave it there.
Please, baby Jesus.
Absolutely.
Please, baby legislative
Absolutely.
Jesus. Elizabeth, there's tell us about your district and about your campaign. You have a reputation as a hustler, so let people know what you've been up to and how they can plug in.
Sure. So I am House District 97, which is Southwest Fort Worth and Tarrant County, and we quickly pivoted to an all-digital campaign once we realized that it wasn't safe for us to be out and talking to voters face-to-face. So that's meant many things for us. We've hosted several town halls, virtual town halls, where folks can participate, you know, face-to-face. And we've tried to provide resources. Our first one was on mental health and how the pandemic has impacted all of us and what resources are available. And then we did another one on opening up, so what that means for schools and employment settings. And then we have built a fellows program. And so we have, as of today, 12 fellows that are part of the campaign. And with their help, we have made approximately 15,000 phone calls into the district. We initially started with wellness checks to our residents. And then we are now encouraging folks to vote by mail. So we're giving them a call and asking them if they'd like their application, and we make sure they get one. We're hosting virtual meet and greets, and just making sure that we're having that contact, because it's important to me that the folks of House District 97 know that when they send me to Austin, they're sending someone that's there to listen to them, not to stand on partisan lines, but to represent the district and to do what's best for them. And so we can't get that message out if we're not, continually reaching out to our community. So I would invite anyone that wants to participate to go to elizabeth4texas.com. You can donate, you can sign up to help phone bank. We are starting a postcarding program, so we are making sure that the district knows that there's a race and how important it is that they send fresh leadership to Austin.
Yeah, I find a lot of people even, they want something to do. And phone calls are good. There's something about the tactile nature of a pen and pencil that people are like, yeah, I'll write some postcards. It's nervous energy or just stress. Like, yes, please give me something else to do. And I feel like, did you mention your website?
Ann Johnson,
Ann
ANNJOHNSON.com. Please
All right.
join us.
Well, thank you all for mentioning what you've mentioned. You've given us some good things to think about, and thanks for mentioning voting by mail in particular. In a pandemic, it is unconscionable to me that our state leaders are countersuing and are not, at the very least, encouraging people who are 65 or older or want to identify themselves as disabled and unable and wouldn't be safe for them to vote, to just encourage them. Go vote by mail and make sure that our county officials have the resources, postage, paper, to ensure that Texans vote well. We're going to have a record turnout this year, and I found myself in the unique position of having 4 minutes left. So I thought we were going to be nice and tight. But is there maybe an issue that I haven't covered that you guys think deserves to be covered? I'm on the Public Safety Committee, so the issues around gun safety, I can tell everyone who's listening, went absolutely nowhere. And it was intended that way, to have no action, no stress. But yet we still found anti-gay and anti-women's health care bills found their way to the House floor. Another reason for us to have the gavel is to calibrate the crazy, as I say. But let me give you guys a minute each to just wrap us up.
Sure. You know, I think one of the issues that is important to talk about and the pandemic has really brought to light is worker safety and workplace safety and what that means. In and out of a pandemic, right, we have to make sure that Texans are taken care of. And our greatest resource is not our oil or our land or, you know, our Whataburger, it is our people. And so we have got to make sure that when we're sending people to work, that they're safe and taken care of. And so I think it's important that we make sure we tighten our workers' comp laws and that we take care of the people that are taking care of us.
Yeah. Retta, I've been thinking a lot about Sandra Bland and the fact that Chair Garnet Coleman, who carried that legislation, had to negotiate so much to get that bill through. And you know, it was a sin, of course, what happened to her. We have a lot to build on and get done, and unfortunately, we learned to live in 2-year cycles in the House, in the legislature. But all of that to say is, you know, your voice is obviously going to be important, and is there an issue that comes to mind for you in particular that we need to pay attention to, aside from what you've already mentioned?
Yeah, I mean, you know, we're always on healthcare, education, and jobs, and I'm just wanting us to get back to business as usual safely. You know what I mean? We've got to be careful with the essential workers that we have, as Ann Elizabeth said, excuse me. But I do think we're going to have to drill down on criminal justice reform, and whatever way we can push for those reforms, whether it's training and community policing, de-escalation. We're looking at the prone position, which in Mesquite, and trying to make sure that prone position of knee to a neck is not allowable anymore.
And final thought?
Yeah, and I agree with everything that has been said on this panel, but I'll tell you, in House District 134, we had a shooting in Bel Air High School and lost a student. And it's not just moms demand action, and I'm proud to be a gun sense candidate, but it's also students demand action. And these are kids that have been growing up in our public schools where they're learning how to do active shooter drills. And part of that is because our Republican leadership hasn't had the courage to stand up to the NRA. The NRA, even though we've had those 4 top mass shootings in the last 2 years, bragged that this last session was their best in Texas. So I hope we make it just that, their last, and we can do that with taking the majority.
Yeah, it's sad that a lack of leadership and a lack of action is considered a successful legislative session for a state that prides itself on how amazing we are. So I'm looking forward to watching your progress. Elizabeth Beck, Retta Bowers, and Ann Johnson, stay safe, keep doing what you're doing. I encourage everyone to follow these ladies, follow the Texas HDCC as we make a fist on behalf of all of y'all. Thank you very much.
This is James Tallarico, the youngest member of the Texas legislature. As one of the only teachers in the House, I'll keep pushing our state government to meet its constitutional and moral obligation to provide a high-quality public education to every child in Texas.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast a ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Hello, everyone. I'm Mark Vesey, Congressman for the 33rd Congressional District, Fort Worth, Dallas. And first of all, let me say, I wish that I could be in person with you in San Antonio, reveling and getting ready to take the presidency back and pick up more House seats, both in Congress and in the state legislature, as we move towards a 2020 victory. But with the pandemic that we're all fighting together right now, it's just not possible. But I hope that each and every one of you are going to enjoy the virtual convention and that you are at home sheltering with your family and being safe. Thank you very much, and I look forward to November.
Folks, we just heard from the amazing women who are going to flip the Texas House. I want to thank State Representative Retta Bowers, Ann Johnson, Elizabeth Beck, and of course, our friend and partner, State Representative Sally Israel, Chair of the Texas Democratic House Campaign Committee. I hope that you're as inspired as I am about their willingness to be bold and lead from the front, inspired by their ingenuity and adapting how they're going to campaign and still talk to and turn out every single voter that we need to, and about how they're going to focus on expanding Medicaid, on passing more gun safety legislation instead of anti-LGBTQ legislation, and on making sure that there's fair redistricting. You know, we talk about this often that there's so much opportunity in Texas. We have congressional seats that we can win at record numbers. We've got a U.S. Senate seat. We're going to kick John Cornyn's butt. We got 38 electoral votes that we're going to deliver for Joe Biden, but flipping the Texas House is the strategic imperative of the Texas Democrats. Well, what's up next, Manny?
Well, we got an amazing segment coming up next. Lots for our folks watching from home. We'll be hearing from the amazing United States Senator Kamala Harris, as well as the first two Latinas to ever represent Texas in the United States Congress, Congresswoman Sylvia Garcia of Houston and Congresswoman Veronica Escobar of El Paso. We will also be hearing from the new Harris County Clerk, the finance chair of the Texas Democratic Party, Chris Hollins, and he'll be sharing about his plans to deliver reform and open access to the ballot box in the third largest county in America. We'll see you very soon.
Up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Kamala Harris. Stay tuned. Up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stay tuned.
Who are we? We are the ones who step up for each other. I've got your back. You've got mine. Kindness, humility, empathy. It's not just talk. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. And no one can take that from us. The movement to bring it back, it started here. And here. And here. In school gymnasiums, community centers, the living room down the block. You'll be where? Okay, we'll be there. Who are we? We're the movement that will beat Donald Trump. Welcome. We're going to have to sweat for it. We're going to have to sacrifice and fight. We're going to have to lead. Everyone is going to have to lead with kindness, humility, empathy, and not just talk, but action. Action today, action tomorrow. Action until we win. And we will win if we do this together. It's who we are. It's who we always have been. Now let's show them.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the Democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a Democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality health care, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Greeting, Texas Democrats. I'm honored to be with you. Listen, these are challenging times and we need you. We need you. When we've had, in less than the last 100 days, over 107,000 lives lost to the coronavirus. When we look at the fact that in less than 100 days, 42 million Americans became unemployed. When we speak the name George Floyd, when we speak the name Breonna Taylor, when we speak the name Ahmaud Arbery, we know that our country is still a work in progress and we have got to fight. And Texas Democrats, justice is on the ballot in 2020. And it is Texas Democrats who are going to help win this election. You know how to do the work of turning red into blue. So let's all get together, put everything we've got out on the field, and we're going to win this. We're going to win it for Joe Biden. We're going to take back the White House, take back the Senate, hold on to the House, and do everything that we know can be done in the name of all that is important and good in terms of the ideals of our country that we have yet to meet, but we will always fight to achieve. Thank you, Texas Democrats.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing about the women making history in Congress, Representatives Sylvia Garcia, Veronica Escobar, and Yvonne Gutierrez. Stay tuned.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Well, hello and welcome, everyone. So excited to be here with two of just my heroes, amazing leaders, Latina leaders. I'm so excited to welcome these two extraordinary women. I'm going to introduce them. I'm going to ask them a few questions. In case you don't know who I am Yvonne Gutierrez, a Latina Texan, also work for Supermajority, an organization focused on gender equity, and just really proud to be a part of this convention and the moderator of this session. So I will jump in. In 2018, U.S. Representatives Sylvia Garcia and Veronica Escobar made history when they were sworn in as the first Latinas to represent Texas in Congress. Both Escobar and Garcia have demonstrated not only their capabilities as legislators, but the fearlessness and strength with which they lead. As soon as they were sworn in, Garcia and Escobar waited no time to spearhead progressive change, exactly what we needed. They have opposed injustice at every turn, and they have used their voices and their platforms to fight for a more equitable tomorrow. Not long into her first term, Representative Escobar was making waves for voicing her opposition to the Trump administration's inhumane immigration policies. She stood strong for El Paso when a violent and deadly tragedy targeting Latinos befell her community, and she continues to lead her constituents through the tumultuous, reckless nature of the Trump era. Sylvia Garcia has made monumental gains during her first term in Congress, named an impeachment manager by House leadership, the first Hispanic and one of the first 3 women to do so in history. Let that sink in. Representative Garcia demonstrated her legal expertise within the Democratic Party, in addition to fighting for a number of crucial issues, including women's equality and gun violence prevention through legislative action. Thank you both so much for being here today. I am so excited for us to jump in. Representative Garcia, we will start with you. When you were thrust into the role of impeachment manager, you were placed in the national spotlight with a huge, I don't even think that's the right word, platform. How have you since used that opportunity to lift the issues that impact our communities the most and the policies we need to create real change?
Well, first of all, thank you for giving me a chance to share a few thoughts to our good Democrats across the state. And I can't think of a better person to do this event with than my colleague and dear friend, Veronica Escobar of El Paso, because certainly we have been tied to history more than once. And this whole topic of impeachment, you know, it's interesting because it almost feels like it was so long ago because the pandemic has come and kind of taken over our lives. And when people ask me about impeachment, I kind of go like, oh yeah, that's right, I did that.
That happened,
But,
yeah.
You know, because it just seems like time has just engulfed it. But you know, the president's behavior that we focus on during the impeachment trial, it's still the pattern of behavior that continues even today. And what we were standing up for during the impeachment trial is the rule of law, the democracy that we all hold dear, the justice for all that we repeat every time we say the Pledge of Allegiance. You know, nobody's above the law. And this was about the president's behavior and his misdeeds and his actions during a very, very difficult time in our country. But he's doing the same stuff now. And for us during the impeachment trial, you know, it was stacked against us. But we proved our case. We let the Americans see what this president has been doing. And now they can see it again being exhibited during this whole pandemic. Because again, he is putting his self-interest. He is putting the interests of his friends above the country's. So for me, it was, number one, a great honor to have been named, asked to do this by Speaker Pelosi. It was an honor to serve. It was an honor to just be there, not only for a voice for my district, but a voice for all Latinos around the country. You may recall that several times, almost every time I got up to the mic, I said at least one word or one phrase in Spanish, because it was important for Latinos across America and for the Spanish-speaking community around the world to know that their voices were at the table, that we too know what the rule of law means, that we too believe in democracy, and we too want justice for all. So every time I said, nadie está por encima de la ley, you know, it wasn't just for us, it was for all our Spanish-speaking countries around the world and for all Spanish-speaking people. So it was an honor for me to serve, and I sure learned a hell of a lot, but I know this, we will continue to fight. Veronica sits with me on judiciary. We're not gonna let this president continue to exhibit the behavior that he does without accountability and without transparency and without making sure that Americans know what he is really doing.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Congresswoman. And I can't tell you how proud we were to see you shine in that moment and to represent Latinas across the country. My Latina colleagues from from LA, she was just like, oh my gosh, I just love her so much. So you made a lot of young women very, very proud. Representative Escobar, you have been leading a voice in opposition to Republicans' inhumane immigration policies in regard to enacting concrete change once Democrats win back the Senate and the presidency. How do you envision our country moving forward? It's a lot to unpack there, I know.
Thanks so much, Yvonne. Really appreciate being a part of this panel with my fabulous compañera, Sylvia Garcia. And you're right, we were so proud. I have to tell you, the impeachment hearing was riveting for me and so important because Congresswoman Garcia and I, on House Judiciary, we moved the recommendation forward to the full Congress that we vote to impeach. So she and I lived through that, and seeing her in the Senate fighting for us and our values and using phrases in Spanish or words in Spanish to remind everyone that there was a Latina in the House, and uplifting all of us with her. Every time I would see her, Sylvia, every time I would see you, I was like, yes, there's Sylvia, go Sylvia. So I'm just so honored and privileged to serve with Sylvia and with so many other great members of Congress in the Democratic Party. I want to also say hello to all you Democrats out there. Thank you for tuning in to the convention. We have a lot of work ahead. We've got a lot to undo, and we've got a lot to do. And so to your question, Yvonne, like how do we go forward as a country? The step number one is we've got to win these elections in November. There really should not be any doubt in any thinking person's mind. Anyone with compassion in their heart and anyone with hope in their soul should know we cannot have another 4 years of Donald Trump. We cannot have another 4 years of the Senate in controlled by the Republicans who've chosen to do nothing in the face of so much need in this country. And we've got to retain the House. We've seen that the House of Representatives has been, because it's controlled by Democrats, has been the only source of hope that we've had in Washington, D.C. We've passed bill after bill after bill, and we've demonstrated to the American public over and over again that middle-class values, that protecting minority communities, making sure that we fight for justice and equality, those have been central to the work that we've been doing in Washington. But we need the Senate, and we sure as hell need the White House. So we've all got to work really hard. That's going to be very challenging during a pandemic. I mean, I wish we could all be together during this convention, but we can't. Sylvia's, zooming in from her home. I'm zooming in from my home. Y'all are zooming in from your homes. Mm-hmm. We can't be together, but we are finding creative ways to motivate one another and a plan for hopefully record turnout. I know that we can turn Texas blue. We came so close very recently in 2018 during the midterms. There were important House seats that were flipped, helping us achieve a majority in the House of Representatives. We have got to bring all of that work back again and work doubly hard. So that means simply voting is not an option. We all have to move to motivate our family, our friends, our coworkers, our neighbors in every creative way possible to get them out of their chair, get them to the polls, and get Donald Trump out of the White House, and get Mitch McConnell out of the Senate Majority Leader's office. And so I am very confident that we can do it. I'm excited about it. We've got some really amazing opportunities ahead for Democrats. We've just got to seize those opportunities.
That's right. No, thank you so much. And I think that, as we all, those of us, on the ground working so hard in lockstep with you all who are just doing tremendous jobs to educate people about getting out the vote, and really the significance of what that means in this pandemic, especially as we look at how we're going to vote and how we can mobilize our communities to vote safely and have those opportunities. So thank you so much. My next question is actually for both of you, and Congresswoman Garcia, we'll start with you, but many Texans, especially our Black and Brown communities, which have long endured inequalities across economic, social, and civic systems, have been significantly impacted by the pandemic, all while race-based violence and police brutality in this country has escalated. I'd love to hear more about how, and again, from each of you, but we'll start with Congresswoman Garcia, have mobilized your campaigns, your offices, your boots on the ground to provide your constituents with up-to-date information. And I feel like at this time so much it's that support and care and empathy as well, which I know you both have tremendous big hearts and do that for your communities, but also to challenge the misinformation campaign being spearheaded by the president. So Congressman Garcia, turn it over to you.
Well, you've asked so much, but it's so critical, particularly as we approach the election. It's June. Mm-hmm. It's around the corner, and we're all used to. We'd prefer to be at the convention hall. We prefer the balloons and the gatherings and the caucuses, everything that makes us Democrats. But this president, this White House, are more concerned about making sure that we don't get to the polls, making sure that we get misinformation to scare us from going. You saw recently, our Attorney General, Ken Paxton, has been fighting the stay-at-home voting. Yeah. stay at home, to shop, to bank. We've been doing everything from home. Why not voting? I wrote a letter together with the entire congressional delegation to the Secretary of State and the governor that they need to change the rules. We can still provide in-person voting if it's safe, if we can social distance and do what we need to do pursuant to what the health and scientists and the experts tell us to do. But we need to present the option to stay at home and vote from home. It only makes sense, and the public wants it. You know, the poll after poll shows that over 65% of the people say they'd rather do that. They saw what happened in Wisconsin. You know, we'll have information go out that tells people to go vote somewhere, that the polls have been changed when in fact they have not. There's a lot of stuff that can be done. And the sad part, if you watch those impeachment hearings that Veronica and I sat through, you know, we had Mueller tell us right there at a hearing that the Russians were already tampering and interfering with our elections as I speak. Veronica, you remember that. He said it as I speak. And that was back in, I forget, it was probably like November when he testified in front of us. So, you know, if they were already working and interfering in our election then, they're even at it more now. So I think as we face November, we should, you know, verify, and verify. You know, verify that all of your information is correct on your election card to make sure that you're eligible to vote and that everything's straight so that nobody can turn your way. Verify where you're supposed to vote. And before you listen to a rumor, before you listen to something you see on a tweet or something you see on Facebook, verify it. Go to the sources to make sure that you know what you're doing for voting. And lastly, let me just say this. The events of recent related to this whole kind of thing that's going on in our country the kind of justice you get is based on the color of your skin. And if you don't happen to be the right color, you may end up, you know, dying at the hands of police. It's just, you know, it's unseemly. That's nothing that we've ever dreamt that our country would be about. It's nothing that we ever thought our cities would be about. And I know we're better than that. So we really need to get to the root of the problem, and we need to tackle it head on, because it's not good, not just for the African American community, it's not good for any of us. Because as they've always said, an injustice to one is an injustice to all. And we need to put a stop to it, and we need to do it sooner.
That's right. Representative, thank you so much. Thank you so much for your leadership. Thank you for speaking to these issues as critical at a time that we're in. Congresswoman Escobar, same question to you.
Well, my compañera did an amazing job laying out the challenge that we have in terms of mail-in ballots and wanting to make sure that our vulnerable communities have access to their democracy and to the election. So I'm going to focus on the other part of your question, since Sylvia answered one part so eloquently. I'm going to focus on the what this pandemic should have laid bare to every American, and that is the incredible disproportionate impact that COVID-19 has had on Latinos and on African Americans. For Latinos, just as an example, we represent 18% of the US population, yet we represent 27% of the deaths. For African American communities, that disproportionate representation is even greater. They represent up to 60% of the deaths. And so, you know, you've got to understand what is behind this this disparate impact on our minority communities. And according to Dr. Fauci, he's been very clear with us on the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. It's two things. It's number one, the fact that we are poor. The fact that our socioeconomic challenges have prevented us from having access to health care, health insurance, preventative care. There are consequences to the fact that we've had generations of poverty in Latino and African American communities. The second component is our underlying health conditions, which can be linked to everything I just mentioned: lack of access to insurance, lack of access to health care, the inability to get primary health care. So we have serious underlying conditions like diabetes and heart disease, and we have comorbidities. And so, you know, we've got to reckon with the fact, and actually something else that's really important. It's minority communities, it's minorities in this country who have been really on the front lines as essential workers. And so they've been doubly exposed. They're extremely vulnerable, and yet they have to go to work at the grocery store. They've got to go to work in the kitchen of the restaurant where they work, because they've got to bring in the income. And so, you know, when you take a step back and you look at what brought us to this moment during this pandemic, where we have whole communities that are so vulnerable, it's been years of eroding the safety net, years of eroding healthcare, access to education. And to be honest, Republicans want it that way. They want it that way. Just as Sylvia mentioned that they're trying to prevent us from voting, they are trying to prevent us from accessing healthcare and education. And it's brazen and it's out in the open. And so I hope that for all of us who are mourning what is happening in terms of this health crisis and the economic crisis, mourning what Sylvia mentioned, which is, you know, on the heels of George Floyd's murder and the riots and the unrest and the tinderbox that our country has become, that we recognize that the only way to change things is at the ballot box right now. That is the quickest, most effective way to change the direction of our country. You know, the peaceful protests are important, and we've got to get people motivated, but the most good that we can accomplish is working hard to win these elections. We've got decades and generations of work to undo, injustices to undo. Texas, we rank at the very bottom when it comes to people with health care, people with mental health care, we get the government that we elect. Let's elect government that cares about us.
That is right. That is so well said. And I'm going to move to close in a little bit, because I know we don't have a ton of time. I feel like we could be here all afternoon and just go get ourselves a cup of coffee or a glass of wine and just sit here all day. But
Finally having fun.
I know, we're having so much fun. Well, and I just, you know, as a point of personal privilege, my parents were so excited in San Antonio when I told them I would be speaking with both of you today. So I want to thank you so much. And I want to I feel like women in this moment, not only at the forefront of the crisis, caring for their families, both essential workers much of the time, also the majority of voters in this country. And I think that as in a day where we have more women voting for Congress than we even had in 2018, which is so exciting. I'm thrilled that they all have amazing role models in the two of you to look to, of the incredible work that you're doing in Congress. So thank you. And just as we close, both Representatives Garcia and Escobar have been champions for their districts, as we know, for their constituents, and for women all across the country since making history as the first Latinas to represent Texas in Congress. However, I have to mention, and I wouldn't be a good feminist and champion for gender equality if I didn't, that their elections, while historic, were very long overdue. And we see the amazing change that they are making now. Texas Democrats, alongside our Democratic elected officials, like our two Texas congresswomen here, are fighting to expand and protect voting rights, as they spoke to earlier, and expand representation by electing Democrats who accurately represent the people of Texas. And the time is now. It has been such a pleasure to join all of you at the Texas Democratic Convention while virtually, and just another huge thank you to our two amazing congresswomen, Sylvia Garcia and Veronica Escobar. Thank you both so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye, Sylvia. Love you all.
Bye. Thank you.
Greetings from Rowlett.
I'm State Representative Retta Andrews Bowers from House District 113. Let's turn Texas blue. Enjoy the convention.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Chris Hollins, Harris County Clerk. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stay tuned.
Blah, 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 blah. Now? Good evening, Texas Democrats. My name is Chris Hollins. 2 years ago, I stood before you in Fort Worth as the Texas Democratic Party's newly elected Vice Chair of Finance. I'm proud that, since that point, TDP has set record after record in fundraising as we work toward the achievement of our bold mission. But as of just a few days ago, I have a new mission. This past Monday, I became the County Clerk of Harris County. I'm extremely proud to work alongside Judge Lena Hidalgo, the first woman and Latina ever elected as Harris County Judge. As Harris County Clerk, my mission is to give every voter a voice. Our right to vote is sacrosanct. It's enshrined in our democracy. Regardless of creed, disability, or language barrier, our nation is stronger when we all have a say. When we don't, our society begins to crumble. The events of the last couple of weeks have been jarring. George Floyd grew up just over a mile from where I live today in Houston. He attended Jack Yates High School, where 3 generations of my family matriculated. He played football with my cousin Kevin. I'm the son of a police officer. My father recently retired after 34 years with the Houston Police Department. And when I was younger, it pained my dad to have to educate me on how to avoid the dangerous run-ins with his coworkers. He had to save me from the fate of George Floyd. But unless something changes, there will be more George Floyds. And people across the country realize that and have taken to the streets in protest. We have that right to protest peacefully. It's our signal to elected officials that we need change. But as tough as it's been to get through the last few days, I'm motivated now because my office can ensure that our neighbors can have an equal say on Election Day. This July and November, my office can make sure that it's a reality for the voters of Harris County, and I hope the same reality comes true across Texas. Voting should not be a partisan issue. It's not Republican versus Democrat. It's all of us coming together to choose our leaders in the direction of our country. And even if you and I don't agree, your voice matters, and your voice deserves to be heard. We must acknowledge the stark realities in front of us. It is impossible to heal what we ignore, and for far too long, the disparities faced by our most vulnerable communities have been overlooked, particularly when it comes to the hurdles that thousands of Texans face at the polling booth. We must listen. True progress requires collaboration and extending an ear to the voices that are already in the trenches in our communities. And we must organize. Democracy is not a spectator sport. We must volunteer. We must register our friends, coworkers, and loved ones to vote, and then we must vote. We must make our voices heard and hold our leaders and those who refuse to lead accountable. My office will protect that sacred right. We will ensure that every eligible voter can cast their vote safely, efficiently, and with a peace of mind that their vote will be counted in July and November. I'm honored to stand alongside you in achieving that mission.
So many thanks to give. First, thank you, Vice Chair Hollins. Your passion for making sure that every eligible voter's voice is heard should inspire every person who loves democracy. He's got a big job ahead of him, running an election in a county that is more populous than half the states in the country. We wish him the absolute best of luck. And thank you so much, Senator Harris, for reminding us of the stakes and the unique role that Texas can play to bring justice to the ballot in 2020. And also, Senator Harris, thank you for tweeting out 38for38.com. That's 38for38.com, where thousands of Texans and thousands more Texans at heart are contributing $38 to deliver 30 electoral votes, and they're blowing all of our fundraising records out of the water. And I hope you're as moved as I am, hearing from Congress members Sylvia Garcia and Veronica Escobar about their historic elections and how they've been fighting for human dignity and to hold Trump accountable. Also, thank you, Yvonne Gutierrez of Supermajority, a progressive rock star, a true friend, and as her shirt says, phenomenally Latina. So what's next?
Up next, get ready to hear from the state legislators at the forefront of change, Chris Turner and Carol Alvarado, a conversation moderated by Quorum Report editor Scott Braddock. They're going to talk about the 2021 legislative session, including the upcoming budget fight, and how a Democratic state house is going to be approaching redistricting. And soon, we'll also be hearing from our very own Texas Democratic Treasurer Mike Floyd. And later in the evening, United States Senator Elizabeth Warren, Texas Representative Trey Martinez Fisher, as well as Speaker of the United States House Nancy Pelosi.
Up next, we'll be hearing from the state legislators at the forefront of change, featuring Chris Turner and Carol Alvarado. Stay tuned.
Good evening, I'm Scott Braddock, and I want to thank the Texas Democratic Party for having me here to host this panel conversation on what's going to happen in the next Texas legislature, because of course we do have all the answers. I'm kidding, of course. Of course, there's so much just volatility in the world. It's not just the stock market, it's not just what you see on the streets, it's the state budget, it's redistricting, and more. And joining me for this discussion is the chair of the Senate Democratic Caucus, Carol Alvarado from Houston.
Good evening.
And the chair of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, Chris Turner from Tarrant County.
Good evening. Great to be here.
I think it's appropriate to start with what is happening on the streets, though. You have all this tumult with people very upset, rightly, about what happened with George Floyd, a native Houstonian in Minnesota. And I think I'd like to just start with just getting what your thoughts are on this, because when folks are working on legislation, which I like to say, people will say it's too soon to talk about what to do when it comes to, passing laws and that sort of thing. The lieutenant governor has said that. But that's sort of a rejection of the idea that government can create solutions to these problems, right? So as you see all this play out, what are your thoughts about what happened in Minnesota? And you do have some Republicans saying that it's time for some sort of criminal justice reform and reining in police powers and things like that. Maybe a place where there can be some bipartisan consensus. What do you think about all this?
It's been a very difficult time. We've had a very difficult few months, and the last few weeks have just added to that. It's been heartbreaking, it's been frustrating, it's been sad, but many of us know that a lot of these things have been happening, but for someone videotaping it, this may have gone unnoticed like many others have. And we have disparities in criminal justice reform, we have disparities in the health crisis and in this pandemic. I think we need to look at increasing the number of hours of training that law enforcement has when it comes to cultural diversity, racial bias training, human relations. Maybe instead of offering quotas to law enforcement for tickets, maybe we need to change it and offer incentives for the number of families, the number of people that they meet within their community. This has put shined a light on something that many of us have known that has occurred out there, and having a cell phone, being able to to record, has brought this issue to the forefront. But I'm hopeful that we can build on some of the things that we've started in the legislature on criminal justice reform.
Chair Turner, what do you think?
Yeah, well, I echo what my colleague, Senator Alvarado, says. What happened was just absolutely outrageous, and it's really laid bare the great inequities and unfairness in our criminal justice system and how people of color in this country disproportionately are treated harshly and unfairly too often, and in this case, lethally, in the case of Mr. Floyd. And we do need change, and it's not too soon to talk about what we can do legislatively to bring about change. And I was struck earlier this week, Governor Abbott, in his remarks, talked about, rightly, some of the positive criminal justice reforms that have passed in Texas, the Sandra Bland Act, the James Byrd Hate Crimes Act, body cameras for police officers. Those are all bills that were authored by Democrats in the House and the Senate in the Texas legislature. And he didn't mention that, but those are all Democratic initiatives that he referred to. And further, we know in the House Democrat caucus, and the same is true in the Senate, because our members work together on these things, we have tremendous ideas for reform our members have put forward that all too often have been killed by Republicans or by others. And so we need to see those things through in the next legislative session and bring about the kind of change we need. We need to build on the Sandra Bland Act, for instance, which is a terrible crime that happened in Texas.
And it shouldn't take a death, a tragedy like this, to get us to have a bill. We have bills that we've passed, whether it's the Sandra Bland and the James Byrd. They're named after people that have died at the hands of law enforcement, and that shouldn't be the case.
It's always in reaction to instead of being proactive. I remember at the time, then Senator Rodney Ellis, who's a commissioner now, of course, we were on the steps of Houston City Hall, and I'd asked him about the hate crimes arguments from Republicans at the time. They said, well, you're trying to criminalize what people think rather than just punish the actual act. But at that time, he had said, those are old arguments. And of course, Rick Perry, a Republican, agreed with him, but it had to be in response to something really terrible. So maybe this is something where there can be some bipartisan agreement, you think?
I hope so. I mean, we would love to have Republicans join us in this fight to further the ball, keep the ball moving on criminal justice reform, on dealing with health disparities with minority communities. You know, we had a glimmer of good news today with the lowering of the unemployment rate, but yet for people of color, it spiked. So we still have disparities that need to be addressed.
Let me go to elections and right into the legislative session. We'll do it real fast. We have a slimmer Republican majority, 9 seats, and this election, it's the first election I've seen in many years where it's all about the majority. The last one was in 2002, when of course it was the Republicans trying to take the majority. Some of you went to Ardmore years ago. I know there were people involved in that. And this is about Democrats trying to take the majority. The Republicans have made it very clear that they're not just going to be on defense. They said they're going to be on offense. They want to take back some of the seats that were won by freshman Democrats in the 2018 election. 6 seats, they said. I think 4 seats is probably more fair for them to target just based on numbers, and maybe, in fairness, they could maybe get 2 of those. That puts you at more at like 10 or 11 seats you'd have to win to get the majority. Can Democrats do it, Chair Turner?
We absolutely can do it, and I think we will do it. I think we will win a majority this year. And I think all of the Democratic incumbents will be reelected. I think every single one of them will be reelected. A couple of them will have tough races, definitely. But Republicans are on defense in 2020. They've been on defense for the last 2 years. They're on defense even more now with President Trump's mismanaged response to this crisis and this entire year. We've seen 2 statewide polls this week showing the presidential race a dead heat in the state of Texas. If it's a dead heat statewide in Texas, that means Trump is losing in these swing districts that are in play this November, most likely, in most of them. So I feel very good that we are going to reelect all Democratic members of the House, and we're going to win 9 or more seats and have a Democratic majority in the Texas House for the first time in 20 years.
Now, one question that I get all the time that I would put to you, Chair Alvarado, what's it like to be a Democrat in Dan Patrick's Senate?
Well,
because the Republicans, in all likelihood, unless there's some giant tidal wave, they're going to have the majority still in the Senate, right? What's it like to operate there in the minority party?
Well, you have to do it very carefully. You know, I'm glad that I went to the Senate and I was House trained, but you know, there's not a calendars committee. It's a calendars committee of 1.
Right.
So there's a lot of centralized power in the Lieutenant Governor's office. So, there's some things we've been able to work for in a bipartisan way, but I think moving to next session, it's going to be more difficult. I'm hoping that we can increase our numbers in the Senate by 1. That'll certainly put us, if the rules stay in place, that'll give us 13 and put us in a better bargaining position, negotiating position, especially on things like redistricting. And we know that our friends, if they're fortunate to take the House, will have our back over there. But I think Republicans are going to have to start answering tough questions and taking a position on tough issues like Medicaid expansion. And I think this pandemic, I think what's happened with the tragic death of Mr. Floyd, those issues are going to have an impact on this election. And the president hasn't done anything to make things better. We saw this week, the whole walking down to the church and waving the Bible. Look, I grew up next door to the church, to the Catholic Church. And I never ever felt compelled to walk over and wave our Bible to my neighbors. And we see the implications that that's had.
Or move your neighbors out of the way.
Or move them out of the way with tear gas.
Yeah. You mentioned redistricting. I'll get to that. But if you do, let's just game it out. Let's say you do have a Democratic House. There's a Democratic Speaker. I won't even try to guess who that might be. I won't make you try to do that either. We'll play that parlor game in Austin a lot, right? But say there is a Democrat with the gavel. You have a Republican Senate, Democratic House. What do budget negotiations look like? And this is going to be a tough budget. The economy was shut down for a couple of months, 40 million people out of work, as we've talked about here. You had sales taxes just halted because economic activity was halted. And so the comptroller expects that we're going to be looking at a shortfall. Probably he's looking to revise his budget estimate, his revenue estimate this month or in July, next month. To the tune of billions of dollars downward. That's going to mean tough decisions, cuts to programs that are important, not just to Democrats, but to Republicans too, everybody fighting for a piece of the pie. Chair Turner, what's that going to look like? And there are probably about 100 members of the House at this point, because there's been enough turnover, that they've never been through a tough budget cutting session. They don't even know what that's like. I can't even imagine what retirements will be like after that.
Yeah, sure.
It's going to be hard, right? No matter what.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be very challenging. And the price of oil is another factor that, that figures into our economic challenges. But look, I think that first off, the negotiations between the House and Senate are always spirited, even under one-party control.
Yes.
So that will, I think, remain constant. Certainly, a Democratic House, Republican Senate might have some different priorities. That's why we have a legislative process. So that's why you negotiate things. But look, let me tell you how we're trying to approach what's ahead next session. Even before the pandemic, back in January, I appointed a work group within our caucus, a special committee, to look specifically at tax exemptions and tax loopholes, because we knew that we're going to have a long-term funding challenge with respect to House Bill 3, which was a great bipartisan effort, but it's not paid for beyond this biennium.
Well, they made a down payment, and you keep making the payments on that.
Well, that's right. It's a down payment, but Republicans' idea was to raise the sales tax on hardworking Texans. Democrats said no to that idea, and so we need to offer our own ideas. We know that there's tens of billions of dollars worth of outdated tax exemptions and loopholes on the tax code. We need to look at those. Maybe some of them we need to keep. But let's have that discussion. Let's have a sunset process for those loopholes, and let's talk about how we have the revenue we need to pay for public schools for 5.4 million Texas school children, how we pay for health care. Senator Alvarado mentioned Medicaid expansion.
Yeah.
We would draw down, $10 billion a year from the federal government if we expanded Medicaid? That's a no-brainer.
Yeah. Well, let me ask you about that. I have heard some Republicans say, at least privately, that everything will be on the table when it comes to the legislative session and the budget. I mean, let's talk about, we don't have to do in-depth here, but casino gambling, legalization of marijuana, Medicaid expansion, and then cut as much as you can where you're cutting to the bone. Which of those things you think is most likely to happen?
Well, I would love for us to have gaming in Texas, and I would love for us to expand the use of marijuana. We've seen other states that have done it and regulated, and it's taxed, and it's brought in a lot of money. But I know where the leadership in the state stands on that, so that might be a hard thing to sell. But at least let's start with Medicaid expansion, especially in this pandemic. Since the decision was made not to expand Medicaid, Republicans have left $70 billion on the table. And that, we've seen, 5 million people in Texas that are uninsured. And then you layer on top 1.6 million people that lost their employer-sponsored healthcare insurance on top of that. And yet we just keep pushing the can down the road. And I don't know why Republicans are afraid to have that conversation out in public. They're having it privately, but they need to come out into the public and have that debate.
That's right. Well, and look, it started with opposition to President Obama, and it was his signature achievement. President Obama has been out of office for 4 years.
Right. Yeah. People prefer the Affordable Care Act to Obamacare.
Well, I think now people are fine with Obamacare now because it polls very well across the country and across the state. But this time has come. We need to expand Medicaid. But look, those other revenue ideas need to be on the table. I think there is bipartisan support for both. Where the leadership stands, we'll see. But look, budget cuts. Let's start with the $800 million we spend on so-called border security every biennium. That'd be a place to start cutting.
Someone joked this week that there were these protests at the Capitol on Saturday, and some folks, the pictures I saw and what I witnessed, all white people who were tearing up the Capitol during these protests that were supposed to be focused on mourning George Floyd. You had all these DPS officers there, 500 surged to the Capitol who were sitting around doing nothing. So the people at the Capitol getting to see firsthand what DPS officers were surged to the border to do, which is be down there and do nothing. When the House and Senate do something, when they pass something, they have to do it together. Former Speaker Strauss would talk about that. That's the process, right? If you don't do it together, then that thing doesn't happen.
Yes.
It might be helpful that redistricting could be put off until maybe a special session because of the way the numbers are going to be reported. We've seen the reporting on that out of Washington. But when it comes to redistricting, that's the most bitter partisan of things, right? Because that's about, and it's bitter partisan, but you know what? When you talk to people in a broadcast like this, it's hard to talk about it in a way that doesn't make people's eyes glaze over because it sounds boring. You're drawing the political boundaries. You're telling us what the maps are going to look like. And I've often thought that if Democrats could figure out a way to talk about it that was compelling, man, the whole game would change because the whole point is to set the rules of the game in the first place, right? Redistricting is about allocation of power and which communities get to pick people to be at the seat of power when big decisions are being made. When that redistricting process happens, if there's a Democratic House, a Republican Senate, Republican governor, how does that go? What do you think, Chair Alvarado?
Well, and I'm serving on redistricting. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to hold our meetings, but as y'all know, redistricting brings out the best, right, in the text leg.
Yeah, sure.
While most people, the public, might think it's boring, it's quite exciting in the background because everybody's trying to secure, first of all, their own districts, and delegations often struggle with realigning, and we try to keep communities of color, of interest together. We want to make sure that we're not packing districts. But we're going to have, extra congressional districts to draw. We're going to be drawing, 39 congressional districts?
At least 3 more, yeah.
Yeah, at
Most
least.
likely,
Yeah. And so that's going to change the game a little bit. I'm sure we're going to be getting visits from many of our members of Congress that typically don't come to the Capitol. But I think it's going to be a very competitive process. We certainly, I would hope that we can solve the problem in the legislature and not go to, the legislative redistricting board, which would not be a good thing.
So the people understand that what it is if the House and Senate don't agree on what the map should look like, there's a board of statewide officials, mostly Republicans plus a speaker, right? If it's a Democratic speaker, the Democrats would be outvoted there. But the congressional maps don't go to that Republican board, right? They go to court, right? And so we would be able to fight that one out. Is that ultimately what very well may happen?
Yeah, well, sure, it could. Look, I mean, redistricting is a bill like any other bill, and so just like the House and the Senate have to come together to pass a bill to send to the governor, redistricting is the same thing. Historically, when the legislature has been able to do redistricting, the Senate does a Senate map, the House does a House map. They pass each other's maps as a courtesy or formality to one another, and then they work together on a congressional map. Hopefully that can be the process. That's the process intended in our Constitution. But the most important thing I think on redistricting is we got to have a fair process for a change. The redistricting plans from 2011 and then again from 2013 were found multiple times by federal courts to be intentionally discriminatory to people of color in Texas, voters of color, African American and Hispanic voters in Texas. And at all three levels, congressional, state Senate, and state House at different stages were found to have been intentionally discriminatory.
Yeah.
That's what we have to avoid this
time. Unfortunately, Texas is not a stranger to the court proceedings when it comes to redistricting, and then we've lost some protections under the Voting Rights Act, so that also hurts us.
Every time the legislature meets for that 10-year deal, it's a full employment act for redistricting attorneys, right? It seems like they go through the court case all the way up until the next session that they're going to do it again, right? To try to figure all that out. On the question of the governor's leadership during this pandemic, what do you all make of it and the way he's handled things? Chair Alvarado?
Well, I think it's been a kind of a mixed bag. We've had calls with the governor, with the legislative, both House and the Senate, and I wish there had been maybe better planning when it came to reopening. I know there was a committee or task force put in place, but I just think there could have been a little better planning and the numbers. You have to really get down and drill down on the numbers, because what we're looking at, the number of positive cases every day. And if you're looking at what's transpired the last couple of days, it doesn't look very good.
Right.
But then the way they spin it is they're focusing and highlighting the number of people that have recovered. And you have to determine, you really have to get down and understand it and communicate it to your constituency that, yeah, all these people have recovered, but yet testing was slow to start with. And now that testing is ramped up, we do have more accessibility, and the numbers are increasing as we have been opening up.
Yeah, I agree. I think that, first of all, we're different parties in the governor. In a crisis, though, you want your governor to be successful.
Sure.
I mean, we want the president to be successful. But I don't think, in fairness, you can say that's the case. Certainly not with the president. It's been an abject failure at the federal level. And I think Governor Abbott was frankly slow to respond to the pandemic. He initially in mid-March was delegating things out to the county judges and the mayors. They should do what they think is best for their area. House Democrats sent the governor a letter asking him to do a statewide stay-at-home order in late March. 8 days later, he eventually did that. And we were glad he did, and we thanked him for doing it. But as Senator Alvarado said, in terms of the reopening, he announced phase one and gave a timeline for phase two, and then he jumped the gun on phase two, and he hadn't even met the metrics that he set out before he moved ahead with phase two. And the whole Shelley Luther thing was a complete fiasco.
This was the hair salon owner in Dallas County.
That's right.
Basically, the state government did legal gymnastics to try to set up a special situation just for this one business owner when others were staying closed.
That's right. To issue executive orders saying a penalty for failing to comply with my executive orders is prison time, and then say, well, I never meant for anyone to actually go to prison. Although she went to jail for a few days, actually for contempt of court, not explicitly for that. But it was just absurd how that was handled. And today, where we find ourselves is caseloads, positive cases are continuing to increase, unfortunately. The hospitalization rate is not declining. It's not overwhelmed, thankfully, but it's not declining. But we continue to reopen things at an accelerated pace. So I'm very concerned that we're not giving the social distancing time to work to get the numbers down.
Let me, and we're almost out of time here, so let me end with the contrast with the Democratic convention, which, we're online. I was talking with some young Democrats. There are a lot of new Democrats after the 2018 cycle where there was so much excitement, all across the state, legislative victories for Democrats that were, in fairness, historic. 12 new Democrats in the Texas House, 2 new in the Texas Senate, and so there are all these new folks involved. This convention is their first convention. A lot of them told me that they don't have any frame of reference. They don't know what another convention is like. Republicans are going to have theirs in person in Houston next month. So the difference between the parties is on visual display, with the Democrats doing it this way and the Republicans doing it that way. What do you think about that and how that will translate into governing going forward when we're talking about the state's response to this disaster?
Yeah, the pandemic has caused a line in the sand, and it shouldn't be. It's, if somebody wears a mask, oh, they must be of this party. If they're not wearing a mask, they're of the other party. And that started at the top. That started with Trump. And the local officials have fueled the fire. I didn't see people rallying for the Hispanic women that were that got in trouble for doing the house calls for manicures or pedicures.
Oh, yeah.
So you've seen this picking and choosing of helping people, but unfortunately, the pandemic has caused us to, well, not us, but others to really make much more partisanship out of this, and it's unfortunate because we're about protecting life. We are for life from the beginning till the end.
Yeah,
Sure, Turner.
That's right. And I think that those are key differences. The other difference, someone would say, regardless of the format, watching our conventions, watching the Democratic convention in Texas, you are seeing a very diverse lineup of leaders in our party. You're seeing a lot of women, a lot of people of color, a lot of younger people. You're not going to see that kind of diversity in leadership in the Republican Party of Texas. And that is one of the biggest differences between our two parties, and I think people will see that.
Chris Turner is the chairman of the Texas House Democratic Caucus, and Senator Carol Alvarado is the chair of the Senate Democratic Caucus. My name is Scott Braddock. We appreciate you watching this portion of the Texas Democratic Party convention, and I hope you enjoy the rest of it.
Welcome back. Thank you to House Democratic Caucus Chair Chris Turner and Senate Democratic Caucus Chair Carol Alvarado, as well as Quorum Report editor Scott Braddock for this important conversation on the future of Texas. Cliff, you know Texas House races. You've worked on them since the beginning of your career. Why is it so important to get this done?
That's right, Manny. In a bygone era in 2012, I had the privilege of running the Texas House Democratic Campaign Committee. And it's because I love the Texas House. It's such a crucial institution and gives us such opportunity to really improve people's lives. I think in the long term, just to echo the comments of our legislative leadership, it's redistricting, redistricting, redistricting. The central question is, are voters going to be able to pick their officials, or are officials going to pick their voters? And it came up in the conversation before, but I do want to say that does start with the U.S. Census. So if you have not completed your census form yet, go ahead and go to 2020census.gov and submit that right away. It's a crucial thing that we need to do. But I think more immediately right now, there's going to be so much work that needs to get done to rebuild and recover after not just a difficult 2020, but the Trump years in general. Our kids are going to need a lot of educational support, a lot of counseling. After a disrupted year, our economy is reeling. And frankly, we're going to need moral leadership to help us after the tragedy of the Trump years. So, as the senator mentioned, I am also House trained. I have a House bias. I'll acknowledge that. But I don't want to sleep on the Texas Senate. We can and we will bust the Republican supermajority, and that's going to give all of our Democratic legislators a stronger hand in negotiations.
That's absolutely right. Absolutely right. Well, folks, coming up next, our very own Mike Floyd is going to give us a special message and talk about the Texas Democratic Party's efforts to move our state forward. Stay tuned because we have incredible speakers lined up for you, and we'll see you again very soon.
Up next, we'll be hearing from Mike Floyd, the Texas Democratic Party treasurer. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Stay tuned.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good evening, and hello, Texas Democrats. Thank you so much for tuning in to our virtual Texas Democratic Convention. We're so happy to have you here. Throughout the course of this week, you've heard from the leaders of our party who are working now harder than ever to deliver on the promises that we've made to the Texas people. Our elected officials are fighting to improve our neighborhood schools and invest in our workforce and create economic opportunity for everyone and build a fairer, more just system for our criminal justice system. Working Texans deliver a fair shot to get ahead. Texas Democrats know the economy thrives when we invest in a healthy, well-educated, and well-compensated workforce. That's why we need a plan to strengthen and grow the middle class. So it's time to pass paid sick leave for everyone, to raise the minimum wage, to guarantee equal pay for equal work, finally, to make college more affordable, to expand our job training programs, and to keep good jobs right here in the Lone Star State. And we believe that in order to have that happen, education is essential. Your zip code should never determine your destiny, and every child should have access to a high-quality, robust education. A world-class education is not just an economic necessity, it's also a moral imperative. And achieving that kind of success, achieving that kind of education system requires an unwavering support from our state government. And only Democrats are going to be able to offer that. Teachers need to be free to teach and students free to learn. We do right by working families when we treat our employees like the friends and family members and neighbors that they are. Our values and our Texas Democratic Party platform calls on us to deliver economic solutions and fight alongside the labor movement in support of the hardworking Texans that they champion. We're building the democratic infrastructure here in Texas because we know that this is the year Texas will turn blue. Poll after poll, including one just released this morning, confirm that Texas is the biggest battleground state in America. And our Democratic Party is building a future that is grounded in equality, equity, and unity. Our mission is innovative and inclusive and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe in and thrive in. Now, every 2 years, as many of you know, our Texas Democrats come together in our convention, and we articulate how we are going to propel every single student, every single Texan, every single Texas Democrat, how we're going to propel our workers forward. And thanks to the investment of our supporters and our incredible staff member and our leaders, we know that we have the capacity to mobilize a huge surge of voters and elect hundreds of local Democrats and empower our own communities. However, the support we receive from you, our grassroots donors, is also enormously important. It's a driving force behind our work, and it's why we've had tremendous victory after tremendous victory. None of the monumental wins that we've received would have been possible without hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats joining us in this fight. So today, during our 2020 Democratic Convention, we're asking Texas Democrats and Democrats across the country to donate to our Turn Texas Blue Fund. On account of Texas's 38 electoral votes, I'm asking you to donate $38 as well. I've done it, and I hope you can match me. If we flip Texas, we will stop Donald Trump in the path that he's on, the destructive path that he's on. And we all know that that fight is way too important to sit out. We need everyone invested in it with us. So I'm asking you, throughout the course of this week, to join us in that fight. Now, throughout this week, we've also received incredible support from across the country. You know, I think yesterday, in this week, was the biggest fundraising haul that the Texas Democratic Party has ever had in its history. Because everyone knows across this country that Texas is the key, not just to stopping Trump, but to stop the erosion of our political systems and our democracy and the very communities that we all love and cherish. And we know that the entire country is watching us, and we don't take that responsibility lightly. We know that this fight won't be easy, and we know we're on an upward hill. But we know that if we work together in unity and with each other, hand in hand, we can do this and win this state. Now, finally, If we win the state, we can deliver on all the issues that we are passionate about. We can uplift the workforce, spearhead education reform, and we can challenge the inhumane policies of the Republicans and deliver on a more just, equitable future. We can unlock the potential of Texas and usher in an era of progress rooted in justice, equity, and fairness. So if you're with us, join us, donate $38 for every single one of Texas's 38 votes. I'm asking you to invest in our party. It's an honor to be your treasurer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Treasurer Floyd, for your constant eloquence and passion in talking about the change that Democrats are fighting for and are going to deliver. I remember when Mike first ran for the Pearland Independent School District Board when he was still in high school. And after he won, he was sworn in as a trustee the same week that he graduated from high school. So excited to see everything that he's done and what's to come from him. I got to say, the leadership from Mike in this multitude of young progressives gives me hope, and I hope it does the same for you too.
Absolutely, absolutely. As Mike mentioned, we have received an incredible amount of support over the course of the last week. There's a lot of energy out there. People from across the country have acknowledged and celebrated the importance of what Democrats are building right here in Texas. The entire country is tuning into our fundraising efforts because when we flip Texas, we will single-handedly determine the outcome of the presidential election. In fact, just moments ago, Speaker Nancy Pelosi tweeted to please donate $38 for 38 electoral votes in Texas. Cliff, what would you like everyone watching to know about how we can plan to support, what we're going to do with that support that we receive in the party ahead of November?
Well, there's a lot of work that falls within the party's purview. We have a lot of responsibilities. One, we need to make sure that we register as many voters as we absolutely can. And you can actually go right now to registertexas.com if you are unregistered, or ensure that you share that with your friends. It's a great way to get registered. We will actually mail you an application pre-filled with your information after you submit your application online, along with an envelope and a stamp. And that envelope is addressed to your county registrar. So it's the easiest way to register to vote in the state of Texas. And we support all of that work with an organizing program that's going to be part of the biggest coordinated effort in the history of Texas, a full-time, cycle-long training team. We've got a voter protection program that's up and running and firing on all cylinders much sooner in the election cycle, thanks to partners like Stacey Abrams' Fair Fight. We're able to launch that program a lot earlier, along with our robust online organizing efforts, our communications efforts. All of that is supported by this work, by your support, by your resources. So thank you for everything that you're doing. This 38 for 38 has really become kind of a movement.
It is. It's incredibly exciting. We're seeing the activity. We're seeing folks engage with this convention online and engage on Twitter and engage on all of our platforms. Folks, coming up next, we will hear from United States Senator Elizabeth Warren. We'll also take a special moment to honor the service of Texas State Senator Kirk Watson. We'll also hear from the chair of the House Democratic Caucus, Hakeem Jeffries, and Texas's own Congressman Joaquin Castro, chair of the Congressional Hispanic Caucus.
Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stay tuned.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote. And we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
When I think about the Texas I want my baby girl to grow up in, I see a state with strong public schools, access to healthcare, and opportunity for all. We all want a better chance to forge our own American dream. Vote this November.
Options other than college? Did you know there's currently a huge shortage of skilled tradespeople for in-demand jobs? The UA offers a unique Earn While You Learn apprenticeship program that trains you in those skills and allows you to pick from many different types of trades. Our program provides a salary and benefits while you learn from the best skilled labor workers in the industry. You can even earn college credits during your training. Labor built this country. Use it to build your career. Earn and learn with the United Association.
TXU Energy Free Pass is back. Your 7 highest use days every month are free automatically. And now you get 2 extra free days every month all summer long. Free Pass, only from TXU Energy.
Since 1920, Texas Realtors has supported public policy that builds communities, supports fair housing and a strong public education system, and puts people to work. Texas Realtors, a century of shaping Texas.
As Democrats, what are we fighting for? For the workers, for the dreamers and asylum seekers, for the mothers, fathers, sons, and daughters, for those with disabilities, for seniors, for healthcare, for the planet, for our bodies, for equality, for love, for education, for safer schools, neighborhoods, and communities, for a secure retirement, for opportunity, for a fair wage, for veterans and Gold Star families, for the forgotten, for our values, for truth, for progress, for our democracy, for our country, for our future. We are the party of the people. We are Democrats.
Up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Senator Elizabeth Warren. Stay tuned.
Hello, Democrats. I know we can't be together in person today, but I wanted to send a word of encouragement to some of the hardest working Democrats in the country. I'll get straight to the point. This is a time of tremendous crisis for our nation. Over 100,000 of our friends, family, and neighbors have died from coronavirus. Millions are unemployed and struggling to put food on the table or to pay their rent or mortgage. And across the country, people are protesting police brutality and demanding justice for George Floyd, for Breonna Taylor, for Ahmaud Arbery, and for so many more. The pain, the frustration, the trauma that Black people are experiencing and have experienced for generations is real. As a nation, we have some serious soul searching to do. Racial disparities persist in wealth, education, employment, housing, healthcare, and at a time when COVID-19 is disproportionately killing African Americans and Black businesses are disproportionately going under, it can feel as if this is the way things have been and always will be. But we are not without hope. The deep injustices we face are not inevitable. They were created and facilitated through racist, hateful, bigoted public policies. And that means that part of the solution can be addressed by different policies, brave, inclusive, moral public policies. And I also want to be thoughtful about the responsibility that I and others have as white Americans in this moment. The idea that communities of color alone are responsible for fighting against racism every single day is both misguided and can have dangerous consequences. We need to ask ourselves what we are doing proactively every day to dismantle racism in our communities, in our workplaces, and in our circles of influence. It is not enough to stand as an ally. We must go further and be anti-racist. At a time when racial injustice tears us apart, and a global pandemic threatens our lives and our livelihoods, it is up to us to take action to heal our nation and to save our democracy. Now, none of this will be possible if we don't protect our elections. Elections are the beating heart of our democracy. And if we're going to do the important work of rooting out injustice and protecting families and communities, once we've weathered this storm, then we need to protect our elections. So here are 4 steps that I'm fighting for right now to make it easier for Americans to vote safely during this pandemic. Step 1, every American should be able to register and to vote safely and easily. End voter purges for the duration of this pandemic and require all states to offer online registration. Wisconsin and Georgia have accelerated efforts to remove hundreds of thousands of people unnecessarily from their voter rolls. This pandemic must not be used as a cover for racist voter purges. Step 2, keep voters healthy by making the process of casting a ballot easier and more accessible. Give everyone the option to vote by mail. Enhance the safety of in-person voting, including offering 30 days of early voting and extended polling hours. Step 3, fight disinformation and increase election security. Russia and China have already begun to peddle the conspiracies that we need to fight back. And step 4, give states the resources they need to administer the vote and keep poll workers safe. Protecting elections is going to cost billions, not millions. The task of healing our nation and protecting our democracy has never been more vital. This is a fight that comes to us, and we cannot afford to back down. Lives are on the line. We face an uphill battle, but I am confident that if we stand together, if we fight together, if we persist together, we will make it through this time of crisis and build a better nation. So stay safe out there, and I'll see you on the other side.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from Texas Senator Kirk Watson. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Hakeem Jeffries. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from Speaker of the United States House of Representatives Nancy Pelosi. Stay tuned.
Berto Hinojosa, and I'm the chair of the Texas Democratic Party. I'm here to introduce one of the most committed, determined Texas Democrats our state has ever produced. For the past several decades, Texas Senator Kirk Watson has changed the political landscape in Texas. He has fought for institutional change in our cities, our schools, and in our communities. Long before Texas became the largest, biggest battleground state in the country, Senator Watson was at the forefront of the fight for progressive change as the mayor of Austin and as a Texas state senator. Throughout his many legislative victories, Senator Watson has embraced kindness, humility, and a little bit of humor. Throughout Senator Watson's career, he flexed his legal prowess with each passionate speech he delivered on the Texas Senate floor. He exhibited his attention to detail and his fearless spirit anytime the Senate was called to take action. He examined every perspective and possible outcome, and time again, he fought for a fair shot for all Texans. Texas Democrats, alongside incredible leaders like Kirk Watson, have built a winning coalition, and we are on the cusp of victory because of the sacrifices and investments of Texas Democratic leaders across this state. Although Senator Watson's career in the Texas Senate has come to an end, I have no doubt that he will continue to shape the hearts and minds in his new role as Dean of the University of Texas Hobby School of Public Affairs. I'm certain that his students will benefit from his legal expertise, his brilliant insights, and his passion. But maybe, just maybe, we haven't seen the last of Kirk Watson in the political arena. We can only hope. On that note, please join me in welcoming former state senator and my dear friend, Kirk Watson.
Thank you, and thank you very much, Chairman Hinojosa, for those wonderfully nice comments. I've deeply appreciated our longtime friendship, and I appreciate the work you do for the Democratic Party. I remember when we first met. It was back when we were both working and helping Governor Ann Richards at the time. And even then, your passion and your dedication touched me, and they still do today. So thank you very much. I also want to say thank you to the party's executive director, Manny Garcia, and the convention director, Hannah Beck. And I want to thank all the party staff that have put together this virtual convention. It is really outstanding, but I'm not at all surprised because the staff of the party does such great work 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And I want to say thanks to all of the Texas Democrats who have supported me, inspired me, taught me, fought beside me, and have worked to make Texas a better place. We all love our state, but we know that Texas can do better. I've enjoyed and valued my years in elective public life. I'm so thankful I've had the opportunity to be able to serve in the way that I have. And I'm very proud of some wonderful successes, things where we made a real difference in people's lives. And I've always tried to find the joy in service. I always found it in you, the people of Texas. So it took a pretty compelling platform for continued public service to lure me away from the Texas Senate. I'm excited to be the founding dean of the Hobby School of Public Affairs at the University of Houston. It's a tremendous opportunity to build a world-class public policy school in what will soon be the country's third largest city and one of our nation's most diverse cities. The unprecedented health and economic crises we now face certainly add to the challenge of developing a modern public policy school. But it's also a rare and important advantage to be able to design programs and strategies around the realities that we now face. And my friends, this crisis has exposed realities that are severe and need to be addressed. Texas, with all of its success and all of its wealth, has had at least the perception that its affluence allowed it to look away from certain things, to ignore certain types of issues and problems. But now, we've gone through an enormous economic shock. That economic shock put a real light on the fact that there are weaknesses in our system. Weaknesses previously denied, ignored, or set aside because of raw politics. We should not come out of this painful process and just try to recreate the past. In fact, it's a past that never really was. Instead, we should learn from this and work to make things better. Let me give just one example. The pandemic has laid bare that we have many people whose work is essential to our quality of life, our culture. We even call them essential workers. And yet those special people, those essential people, aren't paid a wage sufficient to support a family, can't access safe, affordable child care, are denied paid sick leave, and far too often lack access to health care. What does it say about our values that we don't meet the essential needs of those who are essential to our way of life? We must come out of this stronger, better, more resilient, more equitable. Let's learn from this and do right. And speaking of doing right, Texas has a sad, sinful, stained legacy of mistreating people who don't look like me. The racism, the prejudice, the pain, they're not new. What I hope, what I pray is new, is a collective, sincere desire to understand that pain, to comprehend and share the anger, and more than that, to act, to finally make real change, to repent, take responsibility, and do the work so that we don't continue this ugly history and repeat the distortion of principles of equality and the degradation of our people. It is well past time to reveal true humility, empathy, integrity, and disgust. It's well past time to show love. I love each and all of you. With you, I am ready to continue our pursuit of justice, a better Texas, and a better America. Thank you for letting me serve in elective office. God bless you. Stay safe, happy, and healthy.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from Texas Representative Gina Hinojosa. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. I miss you. I wish we could be together, and I know we're all disappointed and a little sad that we can't be with one another right now. But know we are each doing our part to save lives by working from home. As Vice Chair of the Human Services Committee, I get daily updates on the pandemic in Texas. And what you need to know is that we are seeing an exponential increase in new coronavirus cases in the state of Texas. I know that that's hard to believe because we have a governor who's on a fast track to open everything up without a plan to keep vulnerable Texans safe. But just within the last week, we saw the largest increase in new cases that we've seen in a week's period, with over 10,000 new COVID-19 cases. So the Texas Democratic Party's decision to do this from home is about putting people first, like we always do. And this election is about putting people first like never before. And right now, the people are understandably mad as hell. People are rightfully in the streets demanding change. Change in a criminal justice system that determines that a black man is guilty even before he has a chance to defend himself. Change in a criminal justice system that treats Americans as enemy combatants for using their voice. A criminal justice system that devalues human freedoms and human lives. But this injustice does not happen in a vacuum. As UT LBJ professor Peniel E. Joseph recently reminded us, criminal justice represents a panoramic gateway to multiple interlocking systems of oppression in the United States. Under Republican leadership, our entire system treats people as less than human, less than deserving of the fruit of our wealth, our work, and our abundance. In fact, Dan Patrick aptly described this Republican position for the whole world to see on national news when he said that our economy is more important than American lives. Under Republican leadership, our entire system needs to be changed. Because under that Republican leadership, people are left to suffer, and as outrageous as it sounds, yes, people are even left to die. Let's start with health care. At a time when over 1 million Texans have lost their employer-based health insurance because of the pandemic, our indicted Republican Attorney General is leading the charge to take health care away from 1 million Texans. And this is when we already have the largest uninsured population in the whole country. How do Democrats compare? Every single candidate for Democratic president supported a public option so that all Americans could be covered with the health insurance that they rightfully require as human beings. Let's look at education. In education, we're not much better when we have a governor and a system that focuses on a standardized test taken by students who are never standard. If we really cared about leaving no child behind, we would instead have an accountability system that maybe looked for kids with learning disabilities and made sure to connect them to the services that they need to thrive. And instead of rewarding schools for doing that, what our state has done is penalize those schools for doing too much of it. And if you think that people are suffering now, just wait. Because Texas Republicans in charge of a state budget during a time of economic downturn is the stuff that nightmares are made of. We cannot let this happen. Texans are with us. We just need the money to be able to communicate our message. We have an election in 5 months. It is crunch time. We are almost out of time. There is no time to wait. We need all of you. I need you to contribute now to this fight to flip the Texas House so we can go toe-to-toe with Dan Patrick and to turn Texas blue so we can restore decency to the White House. Look, I know we'd rather be together on the Riverwalk in San Antonio drinking a margarita, but we can't do that. And so instead, let's take that money that we've saved and invest it in the party we love and the fight that we must win. This is our moment in history. Not one of us wants to look back and think there was something more we could have done to turn this around. So what I want you to do is give now. I want you to text Texas, the word Texas, to 21333. Again, Texas to 21333. And I'm asking you to give $38 for the 38 electoral votes that will win for Biden when we flip this thing. I know we can count on you because I know that Texans can always count on Texas Democrats. Thank you for everything you do. Now let's win this thing.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Hakeem Jeffries. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Stay tuned.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the Democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a Democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality health care, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
This is Adam Lowy of the Lowy Law Firm. I am very proud to support the Texas Democratic Party and this virtual convention. Let's all work hard to turn Texas blue.
We at PepsiCo believe we have an important role to play in helping to advance social and economic opportunities in those communities where we live and work. And at PepsiCo, we as a company can and must operate responsibly and sustainably. That we must add value to the communities in which we operate. Because we know that our overall long-term success is linked to that value we provide. This is PepsiCo.
For decades, Republicans in Texas have been making it harder for Texans to vote. They know that their best chance to hold on to power is to limit access to the ballot. Because when more people vote, our democracy is strengthened. And when more Texans vote, Democrats win. Now, Republicans are exploiting a global health crisis to keep people from exercising their right to vote, and we won't let them get away with it. Texas Democrats will never stop fighting to expand and protect access to the ballot. In order to turn Texas blue in November, we're committed to registering and engaging a new electorate that reflects the diversity of our great state. But if we're going to be able to win, all eligible voters in Texas must be able to cast the ballot and have that vote count. When it comes to voter protection, we've taken to the courts to challenge Republican voter suppression efforts. We fought Republicans' discriminatory voter ID law and won, and beat David Whitley when he corruptly tried to purge the voter rolls. We've also launched a year-round voter protection hotline, which is helping voters navigate the voting process from beginning to end. In order to get more Texans registered to vote, we've undertaken the most expansive voter registration program in our party's history. We recently launched registertexas.com to ensure that all Texans can register to vote from the safety of their own homes. We're also mailing hundreds of thousands of voter registration applications to unregistered voters across the state. Democracy works better when more people vote. Learn more about our voter expansion and voter protection efforts by texting ACCESS to 21333.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Hakeem Jeffries. Stay tuned.
Welcome to the 2020 Texas Democratic Party State Convention. I'm Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, Chairman of the House Democratic Caucus and a representative from the 8th Congressional District in New York, otherwise known as the People's Republic of Brooklyn. It's an honor to be participating in the Texas Democratic Party virtual convention, and I'm thankful to Gilberto and Carla for your tremendous leadership and all that you do on behalf of the people of the Lone Star State. Candidates matter. Governance matters. Leadership matters. And so I'm thankful for the tremendous leadership that is provided by my colleagues in the Texas Democratic State Congressional Delegation, led, of course, by our distinguished chairwoman, Eddie Bernice Johnson, and all that you do on behalf of your communities, the Congress, and the country. These are challenging times. We're in the midst of a deadly COVID-19 pandemic, a public health crisis, and an economic crisis. And throughout many communities in Texas and across America, we're also dealing with a crisis in confidence with respect to the criminal justice system. Leadership matters, but the stakes couldn't be any higher. We want to move the country forward. Others are trying to turn back the clock. We want to bring people together. Others are trying to tear us apart. We're fighting for the people. Others are fighting for the privileged few. We believe in the public interest. Others are all about the special interest. We're trying to fight for the least, the lost, and the left behind. Others are fighting for the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. We believe that every single American should have access to high-quality, affordable health care. Others are trying to take that health care away. We believe in unions and the right to collectively bargain. Others want to destroy your freedom to negotiate. But here's a news flash straight out of Congress. Democrats will fight for the people today. Democrats will fight for the people tomorrow. Democrats will fight for the people forever. Because that's what Texas Democrats and the Democratic Party is all about. Challenging times. But we are now called upon to fix our broken economy on behalf of everyday Americans. We are called upon to address the public health crisis that has inflicted so much pain, suffering, and death throughout America. We are called upon to fix our broken criminal justice system so that it is truly colorblind. And we are called upon to defend our democracy. Democrats will rise to the occasion because we believe in a country that provides for the poor, works for working families, makes sense for the middle class, and stands up for senior citizens. We believe in a country that innovates in the inner city, strengthens suburban communities, and revitalizes rural America. We believe in a country with liberty and justice for all, equal protection under the law, government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's what the Democratic Party is all about. America is in the midst of trials and tribulations. But America is a place that has always demonstrated itself to be a resilient nation. And whenever we've been knocked down, we've always been able to get up, fight through adversity, and make it to the other side. We were knocked down by the Civil War, the Great Depression, World War II, the Jim Crow era, and September 11th. And every single time we got up off the ground and made it to the other side. And so Texas Democrats, I'm thankful for your leadership, thankful for your advocacy, thankful for your hard work, thankful for your sacrifice, thankful for your effort, thankful for your compassion. Let's go out there and let's keep the House of Representatives. Let's win back the majority in the United States Senate, and let's take back the presidency and then get to work so we can continue America's long, necessary, and majestic march toward a more perfect union. God bless you. God bless the Texas Democratic Party, and God bless the United States of America.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from U.S. Representative Joaquin Castro. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. It's great to be with you. I'm Joaquin Castro, and I proudly represent part of the city of San Antonio in the United States Congress. I want to say, first of all, thank you to the Texas Democratic Party, to Chairman Hinojosa, and all of the people who've worked so hard to put our first virtual convention together. I want to say thank you also to the elected officials, the Democratic elected officials and office holders who are officials, office holders, and candidates who are working hard to make sure that we turn Texas blue, that we make this state a fairer state, a state that is more just and equitable and prosperous for everybody. The last few months, as you all know, have been an incredible time. History will have the final say and verdict on this period, but there are few times in American history where the nation collectively takes a look at itself, at its character, and at its conscience. And over the last 3 months, we've been struck by tragedy. One tragedy that was man-made and one tragedy that was natural. The first one, a virus, killed over 100,000 fellow Americans. 100,000 people lost their lives. 40 million people lost their jobs. So many millions of Americans in Texans lost their health care coverage. And many students haven't gone to school, even virtually, since March. That time, the last 3 months, was a revelation for many of us because it showed so many of the things that need to change in our country and in our state. It affirmed for us as Democrats why we have worked so hard to make sure that we build an infrastructure of opportunity for all Texans and all Americans. I mentioned that 40 million people lost their jobs, yet a handful of American billionaires gained $485 billion in their bank accounts. In terms of health care, because most people's health care is tied to their employer, when millions of people lost their jobs, millions of people also lost their health care coverage. We know now that we cannot have a system of health care in this country that's exclusively based and tied to employment. We have to make sure that we move towards a system of universal health care coverage, where health care coverage and a Medicare for All system is guaranteed and available to everybody who needs it. We also have to do a better job of educating our kids. You know, when the pandemic struck, I got so many calls from teachers and some superintendents and principals who were frantic because they knew that so many of their students didn't have the computers, didn't have the internet access that they would need to keep up with digital learning. A lot of the teachers didn't have the experience in distance teaching that they would need to be effective over the last few months of the school year. And there are thousands and thousands of students in Texas and in my hometown of San Antonio who have not attended a single class, even virtually, over the computer since mid-March. Things need to change in Texas and in this country. And as Democrats, we have to make sure that we're on the front lines of working for opportunity for all Texans. I mentioned that we faced, of course, this natural virus, but that we also faced a man-made tragedy. That man-made tragedy was the death and the murder of George Floyd in Minnesota. Let's be clear, the nation together, just about a week ago, witnessed a murder. We witnessed a man be stomped for almost 9 minutes, despite the fact that a crowd of Americans were telling a police officer to take his foot off of George Floyd's neck. Sadly, this is not the first time that this has happened, but a few reporters asked me over the last few days, what changed? What was it about this time, this case, this tragedy, that changed the tenor of politics in this country and also has prompted Congress to take action? I believe that what has changed is that we can no longer live in ignorance. 30 or 40 years ago, people would file complaints against police, African Americans, Latinos, and others. And often, these cases were dismissed because it came down to an issue of credibility. The credibility of an esteemed officer in society versus the credibility of somebody whom they may have been arresting, somebody they approached on the street. And so cases of police abuse often went nowhere. But then we moved into this era with social media and iPhones, because all of us are essentially social documentarians walking around this world. We moved into an era of interpretation. And sadly, what we saw were debates about whether Tamir Rice, a young boy, was actually a danger to police, or whether Eric Gardner, who was selling cigarettes, was actually struggling and still fighting police even though they were choking him to death. What changed with George Floyd was that the nation and the country witnessed a murder, that we moved past interpretation. There was no more interpretation to be had. So we are in an age of knowing. But the question is, will we be in an age of action? Will Congress, will state legislatures, will city councils and county commissions finally take action on this issue? Can we do something to end qualified immunity, to demilitarize the police, to bring true transparency and accountability to our policing system? As a party, we have stood for opportunity for all Texans and all Americans, but it's hard to have opportunity when you're worried about survival. We must also, as Democrats, take a close look into the mirror. We must also be introspective, for it's been many Democrats on city councils, in state legislatures, and even in Congress that have allowed these laws to persist for a long time. I believe that we have the opportunity in front of us now to make sure that we support and endorse, as I do, Joe Biden, to defeat Donald Trump in November, to usher in a new era of American politics. We can retire John Cornyn in the United States Senate, and we have to, for the betterment of Texas. We can help our candidates in those 9 state House seats take back the Texas House of Representatives and make sure that Greg Abbott and the Republicans don't gerrymander their own success for the next 10 years. All of these challenges lie in front of us. I believe that the tragedies that have struck us over the last few months have presented us with the opportunity for a new dawn. And that new dawn is coming, and we have to usher it in. May God bless y'all. Thank y'all for listening. Thank you for all the work that you're doing, and we look forward to victory in November. Take care, y'all.
Welcome back, Texas Democrats. You just heard from an incredible lineup of speakers, from Congressman and Texas Democrat Joaquin Castro. Congressman, thank you. You have always been there for us since the beginning, always ready and willing to help build up this party. We heard from United States Senator Elizabeth Warren, from Texas Representative Gina Hinojosa, from Congressman Hakeem Jeffries, and from Senator Kirk Watson, an institution, a legislative lion, a bold, progressive voice. You know, something you may not know about the senator is for years, he's literally paid it forward by investing in what we call the Kirk Watson Campaign Academy in partnership with the Travis County Democratic Party, training dozens and dozens of young progressive activists who are now working on campaigns and are going to be the next generation of candidates, I'm pretty convinced. So building up an entire new generation of progressive leadership. All of these speakers discuss the harsh realities that we're grappling with here in Texas and across the country, as well as how Democrats are seeking to support the American people during this moment.
So coming up next, we will be joined by Texas Representative Trey Martinez Fisher. And just a point of personal privilege here, TMF, as they called him in the Texas Capitol, is a firebrand. He was my first boss in Texas politics. And I'll never forget going into 2011, the Texas State Legislative Session, when the Tea Party had just taken over. He told us all, we don't beg for scraps at the table. When we don't have a seat at the table, we break the table and we make a new one. That's the kind of grit, ganas, and leadership he brings to the battle. Because let's not kid ourselves, folks. It's going to be hard to win the Texas House. It's going to be even harder when we go into the Texas legislature with the Democratic Texas House and fight Governor Abbott and Dan Patrick. He also happens to be celebrating a birthday tonight. So TMF, Texas Democrats everywhere are wishing you a very happy birthday. Folks, join us in sending him best wishes online on Twitter at TMFTX.
Now, happy birthday, Chairman. But before we get to his speech, I do want to pause and share a little bit of breaking news. So, Manny, what is today's date? Today's June 5th, right? June 5th.
Yep.
And it's June 5th, 2020. So, right this moment, at this point in the election cycle, I swear to you, this just happened. We're getting the pings and the emails and the dings online for all of these folks who are going to 38for38.com and contributing. As of right this moment, we have raised with our online grassroots contributions as much as we raised in online grassroots contributions in all of the 2018 cycle.
Right.
So at this date, so far, that's how much we have raised compared to the past. Now, that is incredibly exciting. And I will tell you, running a state party with all of the opportunity that we have before us does take a lot of resources. But I think I'm just stunned. I don't know what to say.
It's 150 days left to November. And I think folks understand that the way we're going to do this is all banding together. You know, when people trust in us and donate $7 or $3 or $38, it's not just about the money, it's about what you can do with it. You register voters. You bring in more organizers so that people can talk to their communities. You get together and you keep on working harder. And that's what it's all about. And at the end of the day, it's about all of the policies and the things we're going to do for people. Because this is what the Texas Democratic Party does. We get people elected. And when they get elected, they change people's lives.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from State Representative Trey Martinez Fisher. Stay tuned. Coming soon, we'll be hearing from Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Stay tuned.
Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas. And that means we have to fight like the future of our state and our country depends on it, because it does. Our party and the democratic movement we have built is powered by the hundreds of thousands of Texas Democrats who graciously contribute to our efforts. Over the years, thanks to individual donations of $3, $7, and $10, we have built a democratic infrastructure capable of turning Texas blue up and down the ballot. The support we've received from donors is incredible. These grassroots contributions are the driving force behind our work and our victories. Now we're headed into the most important election of our lifetimes, and we can't take our foot off the gas. We will never stop working to create opportunities for hardworking Texans. We're fighting for strong neighborhood schools, higher incomes for working families, quality health care, and an economy that works for everyone. By contributing just $7, you will propel our movement forward and bring us that much closer to flipping Texas. Together, we can win this election. Together, we can change the course of history.
Your organization has the energy and the passion to create massive change. You just need people to show up. Mobilize is the events management and volunteer recruitment platform that connects mission-driven organizations and their supporters.
What we need to do, Democrats, is believe that it is possible to win.
And we're just getting started.
Texas is the biggest battleground state in the country. Our Democratic Party is building a future that is focused in equality and prosperity.
Our mission is innovative, inclusive, and hopeful. We are creating a Texas that we can all believe and thrive in.
Some of the boldest Democrats to navigate the halls of Congress have called Texas home, and some of them have even made their mark on the White House.
Texas produces progressives, trailblazers, and steady-handed leaders alike who consistently push the needle on issue after issue.
Our leaders champion the noblest of causes because we believe that our country is stronger when we celebrate diversity, live our values, and inspire unity.
Texas Democrats have built a movement founded on landmark policies and programs that make America one of a kind.
We safeguard our planet and fight for equal rights. We deliver on building an economy that works for all Texans. We defend a woman's right to choose, and we challenge the inhumane policies that set to tear our country apart.
While Texas Democrats may differ in their approaches, each one of them has fought like hell to change the course of history and leave our state that much more equitable.
We are the party that paves the way for the future because we cannot advance as a society until everyone has a seat at the table. Donald Trump can't win the White House without Texas, and we've got a plan to defeat him.
We know that the strength and resilience of our movement means that we can overcome any challenge set before us.
We know that we will succeed because what we are fighting for is humane, it is just, and it is truthful.
Every day, little by little, our movement grows and our chants for justice ring louder.
We are shaping the political future of our state and ensuring that everyone has a fair shot at the American dream.
This is what it means to be a Texas Democrat. Because when we save Texas, we save our democracy.
And when we save our country, we save the world.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from State Representative Trey Martinez Fisher. Stay tuned.
Good evening, Texas Democrats. Buenas noches, mi gente. Les habla el representante estatal Trey Martinez Fisher de San Antonio. This is Representative Trey Martinez Fisher. Tonight is bittersweet. I'm honored and excited to be here with you, virtually that is. It's so amazing to be on a platform this evening with fantastic leaders like my good friend Congressman Joaquin Castro and our great Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi, who you'll hear from in a few minutes. But it sure would have been nice to spend a few days with you in my beautiful city of San Antonio for our 2020 Democratic Convention. I want to thank Chairman Gilberto Hinojosa and Vice Chair Dr. Carla Braley for their commitment and dedication to our party. And please join me and show some love. Raise a glass or post an emoji for the wonderful staff of the Texas Democratic Party. They have done a terrific job, the first virtual convention in the country. And while I'm on the subject of giving thanks, let me give credit where credit is due. I want to thank Donald Trump for doing what so many people before him have tried but never succeeded. So Donald, if you're listening, thank you for uniting our country and the Democratic Party. Bien hecho, señor presidente. Make no mistake, this presidential election is our biggest opportunity to clean the deck, right the ship, and set a new course for our nation. History has proven time and again that in the face of adversity, this great nation can and will rise, placing hope over fear, love over hate, and uniting against those who seek to divide us. But the mountain we must climb is steep. These are challenging and unprecedented times. Over 100,000 lives have been lost to COVID-19. 40 million people are out of work, including 2 million right here in Texas. And cities across our country are burning because an unarmed black man was killed in broad daylight by a white police officer. And contrary to the smallest minds who make the loudest noise, we are not winning. This is not how to make America great now or ever. And like you, I'm angry, frustrated, and scared. As the father of 2 young, curious daughters, the hardest part of my day is answering their questions. Daddy, why didn't the police officer use his words? Dad, what happens to families when they lose their apartment? Where do they go? And Dad, how does a homeless person living under the bridge get tested for COVID? Those questions challenge me by day. And at night, I struggle with the questions I ask myself. What happens if my wife or children get sick? How will we provide if one of us loses our job? Who will take care of my mother who depends on me for her care? As these questions loom, the frustration mounts. Everyone knows we can do better. Instead of deploying soldiers against our own citizens, the president should be deploying doctors, scientists, and healthcare workers to contain the spread of this pandemic. Instead of bullying governors on conference calls and demanding acts of violence on peaceful protesters, the president should be demanding health care for the uninsured and for those who lost their coverage when they lost their job. And where's the president's rage and backlash against state leaders who say it's better for senior citizens to die from COVID than for our economy to struggle? Look, there's a sickness out there, and it's dividing our country, but it's not corona. Its symptoms are racism, sexism, homophobia, xenophobia, classism, cynicism, and pessimism. And those who are infected the most occupy some of the highest offices in our state and country. And unfortunately, there is no cure for this poison, but there is an antidote. It is us. We are the antidote. And just like any illness, our recovery will depend on our commitment. We must have faith. We must begin to lead again. We must begin to believe in each other again. We must lift each other up when we are down. We must be the voice for those who cannot speak for themselves. We must be the light for those in darkness. We must balance the scales of justice because Black lives do matter. And we must eliminate the inequality that predetermines our destiny based on our gender, the color of our skin, where we live, or who we love. Look, I'm old enough to remember a different America and a different Texas. It was never perfect, but it worked hard to be better. 20 years ago, I was elected to the State House at the age of 29 to serve under a Democratic speaker. Very few of my colleagues have served under a Democratic speaker. There are only 8 of us left out of 67 Democrats serving today. Hey, but don't worry, I have a plan for that. Together, you and I, we're going to flip those 9 seats and take back our House. And when that glorious day comes, when the polls close on November 2nd, we will renew our Texas promise. We will fully fund public education. We will make college affordable. We will ensure quality, affordable health care for every Texan. We will fight for clean water and clean air. We will have stronger unions that protect the American dream. We will have roads that pave our future. We will make Texas the worldwide leader in renewable energy. And we will end the war on voter suppression and begin the fight for voter empowerment. We will police our streets fairly and free from racial tension. And we will finally hold our leaders accountable at the ballot box and in the courthouse. Let me leave you with this. Over the past 3 years, our worst fears have come true. Hundreds of thousands dead from a pandemic the White House ignored. Millions unemployed, children in cages, a generation lost. We can't allow our fears of today overwhelm our hopes for tomorrow. Everyone here has prayed for a solution. Everyone here has asked, what can be done? My friends, the answer is right in front of you. Just look into the mirror. We are the solution. We are the answer. If we vote together, and if we work together, and if we believe together, we can climb this mountain and once again fulfill our promise to our children. Thank you, and may God bless you.
Texas Democrats, today we've had the pleasure of hearing from Democratic leaders serving our county courthouses, the Texas Capitol, and the United States Senate. The first day of our general session is coming to a close. However, not before we hear from the leader of our Democratic movement, our special guest, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Throughout this year's Texas Democratic Convention, we've shared with you our vision leading up to November and beyond. The platforms we have built and the communities we have mobilized are a product of the broad-based support we have received from every corner of the Democratic infrastructure. Last September, Speaker Pelosi visited with Texas Democrats and called Texas Democrats' hope for the future. As the biggest battleground state in the country, Nancy has shown that she believes that Texas is the epicenter of the Democratic victory strategy in 2020. And she's right. Poll after poll has shown Texas Democrats gaining momentum at a historic pace. The most recent poll shows that Donald Trump has lost his lead in Texas and Joe Biden is now tied with him. Not only that, but John Cornyn's approval ratings are in the gutter. As the leader of the Democratic Party in the House of Representatives, Speaker Pelosi has been the voice of our movement and the chief messenger of our cries for justice. She has amplified the Democratic Party's vision for American families, as well as uplifted its people during the disastrous Trump presidency. Speaker Pelosi has led the fight against Trump's hateful policies, recklessness, and corruption. She is the voice of our opposition to his divisiveness and his effort to destroy our democracy. All the while, she went to work making good on the promises Democrats made in 2018, passing bill after bill, expanding our right to affordable health care, providing economic opportunity, and ensuring that Americans, physically and economically, are protected during this COVID-19 crisis. Once we defeat John Cornyn and Democrats win back the U.S. Senate, and we elect Joe Biden as our next president, Nancy will be able to succeed in bringing meaningful change that the American people desperately need. Thanks to Nancy's commitment to the Texas Democratic Party and our movement, Texas Democrats are much closer to flipping the state. For the first time in Texas history, her congressional campaign arm has targeted 7 congressional seats in Texas to flip from red to blue. She has shone a spotlight on our efforts time and time again, and we're so incredibly grateful that she has agreed to address Democrats at this year's Texas Democratic Convention. And just so you'll know, Speaker Pelosi had already agreed to deliver the keynote address at our in-person convention in San Antonio before COVID-19 required us to shift to a virtual convention. So without further ado, please join me in welcoming the Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, the incomparable Nancy Pelosi.
Coming up next, we'll be hearing from Speaker of the United States House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi. Stay tuned.
Hello, Texas Democrats. As Speaker of the House, it is my honor to bring greetings from the entire House Democratic majority to the Texas Democratic Party. It is a privilege to join your virtual convention. Thank you, Chairman Hinojosa and Vice Chair Braley, for the invitation and for your strong leadership in the Lone Star State. I look forward to a time when we can get together. I love being deep in the heart of Texas, a state that is special to me. I have 3 grandsons here. Texas has always given us some of the greatest leaders of the Democratic Party and of our country, like President Lyndon Johnson, Governor Ann Richards, and Congresswoman Barbara Jordan. Their legacy is carried forward in the leadership of the extraordinary men and women Texas Democrats have sent to the Congress. Now, especially with our extraordinary freshmen, Colin Allred, Veronica Escobar, Lizzie Fletcher, and Sylvia Garcia. Every day, they make Texas proud. Every day, they are fighting to meet the needs of their constituents and to build a brighter future for hardworking families. We come together at a very difficult time for our country. Across America, peaceful protesters are grieving for the murder of George Floyd and all the innocent Americans killed in a pattern of racial injustice and police brutality. As we pray for the family of George Floyd, we pray for healing in our nation, and healing must begin with real leadership, backed up by real action. Led by the Congressional Black Caucus and Chairwoman Karen Bass, House Democrats are advancing legislation protecting equal justice, including on excessive use of force by law enforcement and lost trust between police departments and the communities they serve. And at the same time, Americans are mourning for the staggering loss of life from the coronavirus, a virus that has disproportionately hurt our communities of color. Achieving justice in America also means addressing injustices in health, in access to jobs and economic security, in housing and food security, and so much more. To do that, we are proud to have passed the HEROES Act, which addresses these disparities as it protects lives and livelihoods from the corona crisis. The next few months will be critical. This election cycle presents an opportunity for Texas Democrats. To continuing strengthening our majority, House Democrats are targeting 6 seats in Texas where Republicans are running for the exits. Republicans in Washington know how strong and formidable our members and candidates are. With your help, we will elect more outstanding Texas Democrats to the House, including Gina Ortiz Jones, Wendy Davis, and Cherie Kulkarni. Republicans may have their endless dark money, but we have you, our VIPs, our volunteers in politics. Know your power. Your engagement and organizing today are more important than ever before, making a difference during the coronavirus crisis. Every voter you register, every call you make, every postcard you mail, every text you send, makes a difference. Make your voice heard and inspire others to get involved. Elections are about the future. Together, we can deliver a better future with affordable health care for all Americans, with job security for every hardworking family, and with a strong democracy that works for the people. Thank you for your continued support and leadership. Together, we will expand our House majority, we will take back the United States Senate, and we will elect Joe Biden President of the United States. Best wishes for a successful convention and onward to victory. Thank you.
Thank you, Texas Democrats, for tuning in to the Texas Democratic Convention. It was a historic night. Speaker Pelosi just said it best: know your power. Together, we broke some records tonight, and hundreds of thousands of our Democratic family is even more inspired and fired up. Tonight, we heard from the Democratic champions across our state and across our country, and we're thankful that each of them took time out of their schedule to join us.
And I also want to thank Speaker Pelosi, who addressed Texas Democrats this evening, and for leading our party throughout some of the toughest times in many of our lives. She reminds us that our work as Democrats is righteous, it is important, and it is good. Together, we as Democrats have the strength and the momentum to turn Texas blue and to take action on virtually every issue facing Texans: economic opportunity, healthcare, immigration, education, and finally addressing the structural inequalities and inequities that target the minds, the hearts, and the bodies of our Black brothers, sisters, and siblings, and therefore freeing all people.
So folks, thank you for letting us into your homes on this historic event, but there's more to come. Be sure to tune in tomorrow at 9 a.m. to hear from our remarkable lineup of Democratic leaders. We'll be joined by Beto O'Rourke, Julian Castro, Congresswoman Sheila Jackson Lee, and many, many more, including the next president of the United States, Joe Biden. We'll see you tomorrow morning.